Okay, hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me do. God, I hate the new setup here. Kind of hate it. I got used to the old one and then they changed it. Like they do, you know. Companies be doing that. Companies be doing that. Okay, hello, testing. Okay. Let me get started here. All right. What am I working on today? I am going to replace my ability anim queue. It needs to not be a U object anymore. I've already kind of gotten started on it, and also, by the way, I fixed cleaned up everything, basically. I did a bunch of refactors yesterday when I wasn't streaming, and things are all nice and clean now, or at least a lot cleaner. My imports and includes are a little bit better. I put in a bunch of forward declarations. Things are better. Things are cleaned up. Things are refactored. And it feels nice. It's like having a clean room, you know? But anyways, it's time to do the animation stuff here. Now, one of the unperformant parts of the ability system ECS processors was activating abilities. And it was all just the melee auto attack ability, and it seemed like most of it was from just creating U objects and interacting with the ability anim queue. So that's my next, and it was already kind of broken, so this is my next point of attack here, and I think it's just going to be a processor. Now, I already replaced, because I have the anim queue, and then I have these anim queue calculators, and the anim queue calculators were just these little U objects on the left here. This is the anim queue calculator, which is now a struct. I just changed it to a struct, but they just kind of contain some information. And then they have this calculate function that they use to like determine their like anim play rates and stuff like that. And this was, I think my original intention for the ability anim queue was to kind of have a, I knew that I needed what ability was happening next to affect the previous ability potentially, right? Because like, and I think specifically for dual wielding was what made me do it. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back, was dual wielding, because I needed like the weapon speeds of the individual weapons to affect how fast the animation should play, right? Like if you have it was a whole thing with the auto attacks and stuff. Yes, hello, welcome in everyone, welcome. So the same could be said for like fireballs and stuff like that. Like when you're chaining casts together, like I may want to, because there's like a point of no return in the cast where it's like, okay, this cast is going off, and it's like there's this time after that where, you know, the character is doing the throw the fireball animation, you know. Draconin, welcome. And that, I still want that to happen, but then I want the next, there's another ability that is already being activated at that time. That's like whatever the next cast ability is. And so I want that to, I want that to happen. So that was the original intention for the ability anim queue. It also happened to serve the purpose of syncing animations across the ECS, like the instance static mesh components and stuff. Now it's all broken now. Everything is broken at the moment. Yeah, see, he's not moving. He's not moving at all. The casts even work? Oh, no, casts don't work. It doesn't even fire properly. That's weird. That's weird. Should I fix that? Do I fix that real quick or no? Do we just kind of just move forward? Because it's going to be anything I fix here is inevitably going to change anyway. What he did do the cast loop. He did do the cast loop. Anim loop Q calc. We already did that one. Yeah, why wouldn't my cast Q calculator? That one should be getting initialized properly as well. Anim play rate. This is it's not my favorite kind of code to work on, animation code. Yeah, why isn't the cast trigger time should be getting hit, I would think, on cast spell. I guess we need to, this calculate needs to be called here. Cast spell trigger time, find anim notify deal damage. Yeah, this should be happening. It literally does not at all. Does anything even like get put into the anim queue? I mean, something does, right? Something does. Priority, anim wait time. Yeah, do we even get here? Do we even get here? We do, okay. Ideas Ghost, welcome. Okay, so we've gotten here. The anim loop calculator did not do what it needed to do. You have a custom queue for animations? Yeah. And I was saying, I think probably just before you joined, that like the whole reason I made it, the original reason was because I wanted the animations to affect each other's play rates. And so like when, especially like dual wielding is like the easiest example I have, I think. And so like with dual wielding, when you equip two weapons, I actually give you an attack speed buff, because otherwise dual wielding wouldn't be worth it. Like you'd only ever want to swing with your stronger weapon, right? You wouldn't want whatever the weaker weapon is to hit. And so you can't just like play, because like my weapons have a weapon speed on them, like, you know, 1.5 seconds, 3 seconds or something, you know. 3 seconds would be like a two-hander, 1.5 would be like a one-hander. A dagger would be like 1 second. But if you have two weapons, I can't just like play two animations at the same time, right? Because that would, one, it would look weird, too. Like it would be I'd have to do all the additive animation wonkiness. So, you know, you play one after the other, but then if you're only ever swinging that much, like it doesn't actually, there's no reason to use dual wield at that point. So I give you an attack speed buff based on the attack speed of the weapons you have equipped. And then that means I need to calculate how long each, or like what the play rate of each animation should be, like how fast should each animation play, such that we fit it in the window of what your attack speed is. And so depending on which animation, like there are multiple swing animations sometimes, so depending on what the length of the animation is and depending on what your attack speed is, it gets passed into this calculator. calculator will it runs when it like the anim queue will run the calculator whenever it needs to play the next anim, and the calculator should have considered what both weapons are and stuff like that. And the other example is like when you cast a fireball, there's a point of no return on the cast time where it will go off even if you move, even if you cast another ability, you know, and that's where we're at right now, the point where it will go off. The point where it will go off. And that'll essentially just play the cast animation, like because he's like doing like the fucking little loopy like casting fireball, and then the cat like the just that like quarter second where he like casts it. That's the time that I'm talking about. And then it just kind of happened to also work perfectly for like whenever I do the vertex animated textures. Like I have to pass in all of each anim frame which frame of which animation every single game frame, so that they, you know, animate properly, which is just, this queue had all that information anyway, so it was just perfect for that. But yeah, that's what I do. What is the game about? It is an RPG colony sim roguelite with procedural terrain. Okay, do we have something currently animating? No, we don't. So we should be doing scheduled next in queue at some point. Okay, so we do get here. Why did I get there again? That is not what I wanted. And then we're gonna process next in queue, which means we should get to the calculator, which I don't think we did. Should be the cast queue calculator. Ooh. Wait, the weapon? Wait, why is weapon there and needing to be valid? Is that the right one? Where's my cast ability? Yeah, why do I give a shit about weapons here? Why do I give a shit about weapons here? It didn't even get called anyway. What the hell? I literally had a breakpoint there. Was that not the right one? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's go back. I want to rerun that. Let's rerun that. Yeah, that was already wrong, but we're gonna rerun it. So I should get to, whoops, I should get to a calculate. If I get past it, I should get to it. And this is, what is the anim here? What class are you? F, ability, anim, Q calculator. Oh, we object sliced it. Oops. Oopsies. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. So for those who don't know, object slicing is when you take a struct and you kind of downcast it. You store it as like the parent struct. Like you can do that with pointers. You cannot do that with raw memory. I would need to store it as an instanced struct. I see now. I see. And I guess I probably slice it right here. Yeah, I guess I have to pass it as like an instant struct if I'm going to have it this way. Okay, I should maybe change... Oh man, I should change literally everything about this, shouldn't I? I should literally change everything about this. So, yeah, this needs to be a very data-driven thing. Problem is the calculate function, which is operating off of like inheritance and stuff. Let me just get all of my, let's put it all out on the table. Let's put it all out on the table. Ability anim Q. Okay, let's close. I'm gonna close a lot of this. Close, 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 close. Okay, we'll put cast ability up there. That one's probably gonna be important. Ability anim Q calculator. Okay, let's look at each of these. Anim loop, cast Q, cooldown, load ranged animation, and melee auto attack. Those are the different kinds of Q calculators that I have. So I need to look at the similarities between these and start extracting them into like data-driven properties. That's probably what I need to do. Okay, so I have them all open here. Okay. The anim notify handling. Of course. Yeah, so the melee auto attack Q calculator. This is what handles the dual wielding and stuff like that. Yeah, then there's also like wait time as well. And the problem is, I think, that the calculate, I think, does it need to be called at a certain point, or can I pre-populate everything? Let me read this. Ability anim instance, get linked anim instance, Q. Why do I need the Q? We need the Q? I don't think we need the Q. Yeah, getting the next swing animation. I guess I could pre-populate which swing animation is going to be played. Thank you for the sub, Alex. Welcome in. Good morning, everyone. I can show the game real quick. Maybe we should do that. Let's do that real quick before I get too deep in the weeds. So I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. Here is some of that being generated. And it'll also have AI generated quests. And so this is going to be a very large open world. This is just one small section of it. It's being generated at the center of the map. The map is like 15 kilometers large, so it's very big. It's very big. Here's the world map. So each one of these different colors is like a different zone or like a different biome, right? And if you look up here, as I hover over each one, you'll see like the different stats and stuff and like the name of each one. They each have, these are LLM generated names. They're just random ones that I dumped into a table that I picked from on spawn. But eventually, when I have some more interesting biomes and interesting terrain, I will be like passing all of that information into an LLM to come up with the names for each zone, right? So you can imagine this one's called Shadowfell Crossing. Imagine what a Shadowfell Crossing zone would look like, right? It would be kind of spooky, kind of dark, foggy, you know, maybe swampy, that kind of thing. Iron Spire Heights, that's another one. Some of these kind of suck, like the Scepter of Rule, that's a shitty name. The Forest of Shadows, there you go. Mermaid Lagoon of Tranquility, Skull Valley, Swirling Sands, Brimstone Crater, Ashen Spire Hollow, Frostvale Refuge, Blood Shadow Ridge. Like some of these are pretty good, like high fantasy names, which is what I'm going for. It's the vibe I'm going for. But each of those zones should have some different terrain, different biome, you know, different resources and stuff like that spawned in it. Usually I have things spawned in the world to like interact with and stuff. Like I wrote a whole ECS system and stuff. So usually there's like entities here, but as a part of this game, I want to run the whole world, like actually run it, not just fake it. Like a lot of games, like you don't run, like if I'm here, like I'm only showing like what I generated was about this big. So this is a very small section of the world that we're in right now. But if like I built a colony here and ran all the way over to the other side of the world, most games just wouldn't run your colony, or they would just run some equation, right? You have 4 guys getting wood, that's 40 wood per hour, something like that, right? I want them to actually still have to run out to the forest and chop trees. And if there's a wolf or a bandit in the forest, they will get attacked by that. That interaction will happen, and it happens the same way. So the way that I am building the game, I use an ECS and I use very data-driven approaches so that kind of like the things that you see on the screen are just a facade. And I mean, it should be that way in gaming anyway, but even more so with the way I'm writing things. It's just what you're seeing on screen is just matching up to like what's running under the hood, right? And what's running under the hood is what's running all over the world. And I'm doing this by parallel processing things using the ECS system, which is just a performant architecture. Makes things a little bit more difficult to do, but it'll allow me to get what I want out of the game. And I just want the world to feel alive, you know? I want there to be other NPC-ran colonies in the world that have their own agendas, that are doing their own things, you know? Maybe there's a farming colony that just wants to farm. Maybe there's a warmongering colony that wants to just, like, you know, take over everything. So I want that stuff to be happening whether you're there or not, and that way you can kind of have an influence on it and stuff like that. You know, I come from games like RimWorld or like Dwarf Fortress. You know, these are very sandboxy games where like you can really affect things, and they have like really super random outcomes and stuff like that. And that's what I want to facilitate. But yeah, we also have underground caves and concave caves, which are notoriously hard, but we also have them. This is procedural, so that's even harder. But they look pretty sweet. Eventually we'll have some ore spawn down here, such that you can mine it and whatnot. So yeah, that's a little bit about the game that I'm making. So your colonists, I have a building system, which actually I did make that work. This does work, so you can like build things. You would normally have to put like resources into it. This is just like a dummy thing though. But you do have to spend time like building it, and that'll be based on like what your construction skill is. Can I even get up there? Jesus Christ. But yeah, so like the time it takes to build something will be based on your construction skill, and it'll be the same for your colonists. And usually I would show a little bit of the colonist tasks, like you could make them construct things for you. You could make them go forage for like mushrooms. There's some mushrooms in this forest somewhere. You make them haul things. Like I built like colony storage and stuff like that. I built like this little like voxel algorithm that like doesn't work at the fucking moment apparently. There it goes. This is how you can like define areas. Like if you want to say, hey, don't leave this fucking area, you know, you can assign them to that area. That's not a good example of what it does. A better example of it, to do something like this, because it's you don't want to accidentally like select a, like if I did this right here, right? You notice how it didn't go on top up here? Like it's not just drawing a box, which, you know, if I had, this is actually a perfect example of why I did this. So like if I want to say like do something in this area, go chop trees in this area, stay out of this area, you know, I don't want to accidentally select what's underneath the terrain, especially because I have underground caves, you know. And then I also don't want to say like, you know, I don't want to select up here as I clicked and dragged it down here, right? I only want to stay on the surface. And then that way I'm not accidentally sending, you know, if there's a cave under here, I might accidentally send my colonists into a dangerous cave that I don't want, right? And when this is going to be like a third-person Colony Sim RPG type thing, like the Colony Sim things are actually going to be a little bit harder to do because you're in third person, right? So I need to be very smart about how I let the players do that, and I need to kind of save them from making accidents. One of those accidents may be selecting some underground cave that you may not want to, or by selecting something up here that you may not want to. So this is actually a good example of why I did this little voxel algorithm. The world isn't voxelized inherently, so these voxels are just like spun up on the fly as you're building it. So yeah, I am making it'll be RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. Chilalbi, welcome. Hello. And so I want RPG in terms of something like WoW, like maybe like a vanilla WoW. Definitely not retail. Not retail. But I want lots of classes to pick from, lots of abilities to pick from, deep talent trees. And then as you level up, I'm thinking every few levels you'll get a choice between like 3 random abilities. And you'll start to create like a build as you level up and explore through the world. But if you die, you'll start over at level 1. And then hopefully I have enough abilities to make it interesting each time you play. And then your talents will be static. Those will be the same each time. So you'll have to pick talents that are complementary to the abilities that you've chosen. Then, you know, you might find some colonists who are who have classes as well. Like, I'm thinking things like mage, warrior, hunter, you know, paladin, that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. And this just happened to be a seed where this zone here, these are 2 different zones. This zone down here is different. Over here is different. This zone over here on the left just happened to have a very high altitude modifier curve. And so that's why it got kind of like extruded up here and created these really cool looking cliffs. Yeah, Twitch sucks sometimes, I guess. I'm not sure what to tell you. Sorry about that. Eventually different races would be really cool. You know, having some, like a procedural Iron Forge would be really cool. Is he making a map for a game? Well, this is all procedurally generated, so the map made itself. The map made itself, just based on math and logic. So yeah, that's a bit about the game. I am going to get to work now, though. We got to figure out how to do data-driven animation stuff here. So I got to like kind of go through these Q calculators and figure out what the commonalities are that I can extract into just pieces of data rather than logic, like strict hard-coded logic here. Okay, so Q, where am I using the Q, cooldown Q calculator? Ability get cooldown time remaining. So I get the play length and divide it by the cooldown time. And so what does that give me if I had like a 1.5 second? And it's max, turns the higher value. If it's less than, the least it'll be is 1. And why do I use that? This is for the weapon special ability. I imagine I was trying to get it to fit in the global cooldown window. But doing like get cooldown time remaining is not what I would say is a very good way to do that, actually. This one probably can just be deleted altogether. Like, I should just, like, I should just put the anim play rate on here. Oh, I'm getting play length divided by CD. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So I feel like I can just, like, get rid of this one entirely, maybe. Put that one at the end. No, go to the end. Thank you. That is cooldown Q calculator. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Okay. The melee one is going to be the most complicated one, I think. But let's look at these other ones. Load ranged anim Q calculator. Do you post tutorials? No, not really. No. Videos are hard to make, man. Shout out to those people. Editing kind of sucks. Okay, but this is load ranged anim Q calculator. One thing I noticed in here is that we need to attach the weapon, and this is important because like you can either have your ranged weapon out or your melee weapon out. And with how I have the auto attack set up, like if you just go out of range, out of melee range, you'll just automatically switch to your ranged attacks. So it's important that we call this attach weapon here. That'll actually attach the mesh to your character and put away the other weapon. Game is looking great. Thanks, man. Welcome in. The anim wait time. Let me find where this is used at here. So anim wait time is set to 0. Is it always though? Is it always? Where are you used at? Wait, is this used anywhere? Oh, this was used in blueprints, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Were you? Were you? Let me look at like power shot. Add shoot anim Q. You know what? Ranged ability. Yeah, I knew it. I knew we used it somewhere. It was hiding from me. Hiding from me. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't look like I put wait time on it at all. What could a cloud-based game could look like? Do you have any idea? What do you mean by cloud-based? Cloud is in like a game about clouds? Or do you mean like a game as in like cloud infrastructure? I mean, a cloud infrastructure game is just like an online game. The fire anim time. See, this is another one where they're like based off of each other. I have a load animation and a fire animation for the ranged attacks, and they're kind of like based off of each other. But this kind of seems, I kind of like pre-populate all this stuff outside of it anyway, so that's actually kind of good that I do it like that. Then I just need to like take this stuff and put it out there too. And then here, all this is doing is a timer and an attach, so. That one's actually not too bad. That one's not too bad. Cast Q calculator. What's your deal? The cast Q calculator, I am attaching the weapon. Why am I doing that? Because like casting, oh, that's I use it for shooting. I see. So that's just for the ranged ability. I gotcha. Okay, so the cast Q calculator, again, we're just doing kind of the same thing as in load. Basically the same thing as in load, just without an init function. So I think actually all of these get replaced pretty easily, except for, well, let's look at anim loop. We didn't look at anim loop. Loop time. What do I use loop time for? I presume that is how long I am looping. Make loop calculator. Casting loop time. Get cast time minus, yeah, so that's the length that we are, that is the length of time that we are looping the animation. So most animations just play once. But for the cast loop, it'll play over and over again until we reach a certain time. So this one doesn't have a whole lot of data either. Or logic, I mean. So that's good. Most of these get, most of these can get replaced pretty easily. The melee auto attack is what I'm scared of. I'm scared, hold me. Nice work, are you using gas for your abilities? I am happy to say that no, I am not. Not anymore. I was, and I actually rewrote gas. I rewrote gas into my ECS. So I have my own gas now. With blackjack and hookers. But yeah, I rewrote it because gas was not going to be performant enough for me. Each gameplay effect to execute was taking about 100 microseconds, which is fine for 90% of games. But when I want to run the whole world, you know, that could mean thousands and thousands of instances of combat happening all over the place. So I rewrote all of that, all of gas basically, into my ECS system. But I also wrote. So yeah, I actually just kind of just got done with that. I can show that off real quick. Oh, it's gonna. Oh no, I can't because my animations are all fucked. So this is gonna look super scuffed right now. It's gonna look super scuffed right now. All the animations are broken, but they're fighting. They are. They're fighting and dying. I promise. You just can't see it. It just looks like they're all frozen. But yeah, so I want like thousands and thousands of instances of combat to happen. You can check back at some of my old videos to actually see that. Some of my, I'm sure the last stream I did, I have an example of it. Bro, I have starting Python CS50 course, and I have been through the half of it. I understood most of it, but it's really scary looking at all these packages and libraries. What should I do? He copy and pasted that twice. Okay. What you should do is learn. I don't know what kind of an answer you're looking for. I can't pass your fucking course for you, man. Like, you have to do that. Like, you're scared of the packages and libraries? Like, yeah, you just gotta dive in. Google shit. I don't have a college degree either. I was a terrible student, so. I am all self-taught. And Google basically taught me all of it, so. Okay, yeah, so what am I going to do about this guy? Melee auto attack Q calculator. I'm thinking... What am I thinking? So here we're just kind of pre-populating some values. Ignore attach weapon for now. Ignore that. I'm not going to worry about that right now. But we're just kind of pre-populating some fields on this struct. Is what I'm doing here. And then I guess I'm getting some variables, anim wait time. I get the adjusted time and stuff like that. Hey Boo, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And play rate, total unadjusted time. Weapon speed. Total melee weapon speed. I eventually want to change all my actor components into structs as well. So like equipment component, that'll eventually be a struct as well. So that'll be more performant. Once I get all this in a processor. Get swing wait time. What is that? Again, just some calculations happening. What is the best way to learn game dev if you have zero knowledge? Which lang you suggest to start with? Don't start with a language, start with an engine. That'll tell you what language you need to learn. And the engine that you should pick should be based off of the game that you want to make. And also what you value in an engine. I value access to source code, so I picked Unreal Engine. I also like that there are blueprints. so you don't necessarily need to know how to write code. So that if you don't know how to write code, maybe Unreal Engine is a good place to start. But that'll be up to you. You got to make that decision. Okay, so why do I need... All of this seems like a fine thing for me to do ahead of time. Why do I need this in the calculate function that gets called when this anim starts playing? Can I just pre-populate all of this? I guess when it comes to melee auto attacks, I may switch weapons in the middle of the auto attack ability, but at that point I should just clear the anim queue, because I already do add a weapon swap delay effect. So maybe we just try to do this all up front and see what happens. These other ones are way easier to do though, so let's do that. Well, this one is kind of... let's do this. Let's do this. Do I use that anywhere? No. Okay, so let's just delete that. Okay, so we're going to take all of this, and this goes in the weapon special ability. DDQ calc. Okay, so we're just going to make this the base class. Let's name that Q calc. B is valid. I guess just fucking make that public for now. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, the cooldown time remaining is going to be 0 here because it's not on cooldown. So I think I just need to like get the... I'm pretty sure what I'm trying to do here is make this fit within the GCD if I'm remembering correctly. So let's just like grab the game mode. Let's just grab the game mode and then we can get the GCD time. Elliot, welcome. Excuse me. I'm woefully low on coffee already. Okay, yeah, so we're going to change all these Q calculators from U objects. Dirty, dirty U objects. All my homies hate U objects. Isn't that right, Elliot? Okay, so we can delete this guy now, I think. I'll leave it open just in case. Now the probably the next easiest ones are cast Q calculators. Say what? Let's see here. Calculate, and I guess I just need to put this. I guess I just need to put this. I'm gonna grab this and put it wherever this goes, which is in both the cast ability and the ranged ability. So let's make sure get those abilities up here. Okay. Cast Q calculator. Okay, so copy pasta, cast ability. I need to look for the cast Q calculator. Where is my cast Q calculator? Wait, where is it? I thought it was on cast time finished. Is it not? That's the cast loop calculator. That's not what I want. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, so we're gonna put this here. Weapon, that is just needed for the ranged ability. I determined that already. The ability anim. What is the ability anim here? Bosnian, the vibe is good. Welcome in. I hope your vibe is going well. Okay, where was I getting this information from? Cast Q calculator. Where was this? Cast, spell, timer. That's just a handle, right? That's just a timer handle. Yeah, okay, so I'll just throw that on the cast ability for now. Make that private, sure. And then anim wait time, blah, 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 blah. So those both need to be... Making coffee, chilling, thinking what makes games interesting. That question has a lot of answers, so that's a fun one to make. That's a fun one to ponder in the morning over a cup of coffee. It sounds like a nice time. That sounds like a nice cozy time you're having there. And what are you thinking? What does make games interesting? To me, I think a big thing is friction. I think friction is actually what makes games. If you don't have any friction, you don't have a game. You have to create constraints in some way, right? And a game is really just figuring out problems. Well, for the player at least. Like, they don't... I think your goal as a designer is to kind of make them not realize that they're solving problems. You know? Where was that fucking information? Yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah. Oh, I need to set... the is valid equal to true. Ability anim. Wait, what is the ability anim? Get cast spell anim. There we go. But you know, there are games where there is no like threat. There's no resistance, right? And these are like typically like your cozier games. Or sometimes it's just satisfying, right? Some level of satisfaction must exist, right? Like, my girlfriend played a game, I forget what the fuck it was called, but you basically just, like... It just kind of gave you, like... It was, like, some satisfaction game, and it, like, gave you, like, some pencils that, like, weren't in a row or something, and then you lined them all up in a row, and then it you know, would, like, beat that, and there were a bunch of little kind of, like, mini-games like that. And it was just, like, this kind of cute, little, satisfying game. Kind of relaxing and stuff, you know? So... That kind of goes against what I was saying, where there needs to be a problem, there needs to be friction. Well, I mean, I guess there still would be friction in that game. The friction is like something is out of place and you need to correct it, right? And it's satisfying to do so. A little to the left, that might have been it. That sounds like what I'm talking about, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking maybe this is something about solving a puzzle, a mystery, in general, a puzzle. Yeah, in the most general sense of the term, I think so, yeah, for sure. Why are you being lame? This is JetBrains Writer. On cast spell. Oh, right, this is, like, wrong now. Where is on cast spell? That is a timer delegate that I have bound to... Okay, so we just got to rewire that up. So instead of this, we go here. Right? Or no, I have to add the timer delegate. Hang on, undo that. Yeah, I have to make the delegate. There we go. And then I'll bind it there. On cast spell. That was already a thing. Call it on cast spell delegate. There we go. Okay, so now that resolves. This is C++, Unreal Engine C++. Really like your thoughts. I think something similar to what I think, man. How to stick up everything together. Yeah, that's the creativity, you know. That's what makes game dev fun, you know. There's so many different ways to do it. No matter how much AI takes over the world, there will always be room for new arts, new games, because there are just so many ways to do it. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Yeah, I do think some form of friction is necessary, and I think that's something that maybe current, like old school game designers definitely understood that. And then like the new school game designers, I don't think understand that as well, because they're just like, I think players as well are just all about, let me have my cake and eat it too. Like they're all, you know, they want to be able to, it's like, the number of times I've seen on an internet forum the argument, let me play the game the way I want. Oh my God, I get so annoyed reading that, because it's like, guys, if every developer did that, there wouldn't be a game, it wouldn't be a game. Let me play the game I want is essentially called downloading Unreal Engine. that's making your own game, right? Are you making a game? I am. Better than web dev. That is true. That is true. Creation is process, do and redo, see what's working and what is not. There you go. But yeah, I think we are for my tastes, I think games need a little more friction than what they have now. They're very arcadey now. Like these games are very quick fix, get your quick attention span dopamine kind of thing. And I get it. We're competing with TikTok. Game devs are competing with TikTok and YouTube Shorts. And for those of you who have scrolled here from YouTube Shorts, I've saved you. You don't have to scroll any further. No more doom scrolling, no more brain rotting. You're in good hands. Right there, you're in good hands. I think it's important to accept that not every game is for everyone. Yeah. And I think it's important to accept that some parts of the game need to feel bad in a good way, if that makes sense, right? But the player shouldn't have to worry about that. I'm also of the opinion, this might be a minority opinion here, but I think game devs are kind of, and I don't mean this in like a derogatory or condescending way, but I think game devs are kind of like the parent and the players are kind of like the child. Not in that like, you know, players are fucking children, they don't know better. Not like that. In a way that like, as a game dev, or a game designer, I should say, you have a responsibility to save the player from themselves, and you have a responsibility to make the player not have to worry about the design of the game. Like you need to do a good enough job of creating the illusion that this is a game, you know, this is a world, you know, and if the player's sitting there thinking about like, well, you know, this isn't good for the game, it's not good for balance, or you know, they shouldn't have to think that. You need to, you know, if they're like, oh, this is just a loot treadmill, you gotta hide that from them. You gotta do a good enough job abstracting all of that stuff away from them so that they can just enjoy themselves. That's what I mean by that. Where did you learn to program games in UE? Right here. Right here, you're looking at it. Just did it. How many leak code have you solved that need tips on getting better? I've only solved the ones that I've needed to for interviews. And I've taken a great number of interviews. A great number of them. I do not work in the game devs industry. I work in big tech. Anyways, this looks good for now, I think. That's all wired up. And that was cast Q calculator. Okay, so we need to put this into the ranged weapon ability as well. Which one is the cast one? Okay, this one is shoot. Shoot is the shoot range calculator there. Play, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I should attach weapon here, right? Maybe. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Back to the cast Q calculator. I need to copy this. Back to ranged ability here. Shoot ranged calculator, load ranged are these both the same? No, load is different. And load does nothing, right? No, load does the same shit, basically the same shit as cast. Oh, it finds a different anim notify though. Okay. Can you run the code? I can. I am capable of running the code. The code is actually running at this moment. There's the engine. I am working on something, though. Yeah, this one's going to be a little messy. This one's going to be a little messy. Okay, so ability anim is now this. Is valid. We got to set that to true. Ability anim. I mean, I'll just fucking hardwire that in there. World context, we can get rid of that. On cast spell. Anim wait time. Shoot ranged calculator. Let's rename that to make it shorter. Shoot calc. Yes. Let's shoot calc there and there. Yeah, this is a little messy. I'll definitely want to put this into a function and stuff first. Cast spell timer. What would that have been? Oh, right, the timer handler. And yeah. Okay, so give me these. Sure, make them protected. Why not? There we go. And then I want to bind. We don't want that, so give me that. Shoot calc. We then now need that. On shoot projectile notify. We bind instead to this guy. There we go. You forgot to give tips on solving leak code. No, I didn't. That was my intention. I said I didn't really solve leak code that much, so I don't think I have the best tips. Although there are tricks. There are a series of tricks. Once you learn those tricks, it's all about just connecting them together in the right ways based on the question. You know, you got your data structures and algorithms questions, you got your dynamic programming questions, you've got like binary trees, graph theory, depth first search, breadth first search, sorting algorithms. You know, if you kind of know all those things, like it's all just about connecting those solutions together. I guess I just need the load ranged calculator now, which let's just call this load calc. Okay, the shoot, or no, we're doing the load calc is what needs to happen. The load calc. Init, what is init here? Okay, so I guess we're switching over to the load calculator here then, I guess. What's your Wi-Fi speed? Why do you give a shit about my Wi-Fi speed? I don't know. It's Google Fiber, so whatever, a gig, I guess. Okay, get play length, load anim time. I guess yeah, that looks good. Ability equals this. Load calc. I guess weapon probably that's only on the load range calc, so we don't care about that. This is one big lead code question. Yeah, the scariest one of them all. Architecture and design. Oh. Give me this now. This is load. Yeah, this is load. Now we go here. Ability anim, spawn arrow. Yes, we'll pass this guy in here, get rid of world context, go back and give me these guys. And then we need to bind instead to on spawn projectile. Yeah. Here we go. Anim wait time is 0. But I will put that in there just so I know. Just so I know. This is going to be abhorrent how poorly this runs. The animations are going to look so bad. I know. It's not going to be right at first. Not going to be right at first. What are you doing, brother? Game dev. Yes, I am doing game dev. I am doing game dev. I am working on an RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite, with procedural, destructible terrain, and AI-generated quests. Here's just one small section of procedural terrain getting spawned. A small part of the world. The world is about 15 kilometers large. I will likely need to make it smaller. That's too big. But yeah, there's my guy. Here is the world map. And so what you saw right there was about this big of a radius. Like each pixel on here is one of those terrain chunks. So one of those cubes that was spawning. About that big. That's 1 pixel on the map there. So that's about this big, and the world is this big. Each one of these are different zones, and ideally what I would like is each one of these zones to tell a different story. Is the world map unique, or are there seeds? It's all seeded. Everything is seeded. So every time you create a world, different seed. You know, every time you create a class, rather, new world, different seed. It'll be like kind of like Minecraft and stuff like that. You know. But what I want to do with the procedural generation is I want to make it a little bit more intentional and grounded into the world. And I think the LLM can do a pretty good job of that, adding flavor and stuff like that. Like, you know, if you're playing something like Minecraft, you know, if you come across a village in a forest, how do those villagers know that they're in a forest? They don't, really. They're just a villager that wanders around, right? Even what they do with the types of villages that spawn, it's like, oh, only this type of village can spawn in a forest and stuff like that. And so I'm going to kind of do it backwards and have the colonists kind of like the villages will be built based on what's around them rather than, oh, only spawn this type of village because there's a forest, right? And so part of that for me, part of getting it grounded and intentional and having the entities know where they're at and what's around them is by doing like a more rules-based approach up front. And so if you see as I hover over each one of these zones up here, it'll have the name there. So like Shadowfell Crossing is the zone that I'm in right now. It doesn't look like a Shadowfell Crossing. These are just like purely random names for now. But like I have that information, right? It's all encoded. I have all this data here. Every terrain chunk, I have that information. You know, I have what's spawned into the world. Eventually I'll do little subzones in here too. I'll put like a forest over here, maybe a mountainy area over here, you know. Think like vanilla WoW type zones, right? That's kind of what I'm going for. And so those will be encoded as well in such a way that I can tell an LLM, generate a quest for a colonist who is at this point of interest. This he lives in Darkshire, which is in Shadowfell Crossing, which is a zone that is, you know, filled with forests or something, you know, and it's next to these other zones and has these other colonists in that town and stuff like that. So I can, you know, I can send a prompt to the LLM and that will generate really, really flavorful quests that make them feel like they were, you know, made for the area that they're in, even though it's all procedural. That's kind of what I want to do with it. And then another part of this is that I want to run the entire world. And I'm not actually going to run the entire world. I'm just going to run as much as possible. I think what I'll end up doing is I built an invoker. I built an ECS, which is just like it's a data-driven architecture that's very, very performant at running thousands and thousands of entities. We'll use data assets or AI sense component. No, both of those are way too slow. So it all needs to be structs. It all needs to be structs basically at the level we're working with. And so I built an invoker processor, and so I have certain like important entities, right? I'm gonna have a bunch of just like, you know, random wolves wandering around in the forest, you know, some random bandits that I don't really need those to be like, those don't affect the world, right? I don't need to run those. Those are just there to like get attacked or attack, right? So those are gonna be entities that get turned on and off as an invoker comes within or out of radius. And so I have certain, like all my colonists and the player are invoker entities. They have like this invoker tag on them that an invoker processor will look at and be like, okay, turn on all of these entities in the radius. And so what that'll do is like, as there's going to be hotspots in the world, right? Like wherever a colony is, that's going to be like a hotspot where all of the entities are turned on and stuff like that. So that's what I'll end up doing for running the whole world. It's not actually going to be the whole world, but as much as possible, right? Save your back, brother. Get a used Herman Miller Aeron chair. I hate those chairs. Those chairs fucking suck. They're expensive for no reason. I've sat in those at work for years and years and years. The chair is a very personal thing. The chair is a very personal thing. So it's not a one size fits all. But yeah, that's what I hope to do with the world. And you know, we may not be able to get that done, and that's okay. We'll just get it as close as possible. Oh god, I broke it. No. Did I break it, or are we good? Oh yeah, it just completely crashed. Okay. Well, that's the end of that. We can't pick up mushrooms anymore. Everything's broken. Everything's broken at the moment because we're refactoring, which just means we're breaking things on purpose. We're just breaking things on purpose. So I think I got that kind of rewritten. I think so. Okay, let's continue replacing these Q calculators with data instead of logic. Pretty sure it just got done with load. Cast Q calculator, did we finish U? Yes. Load, did we finish U? Yes, okay. Anim loop calculator, we have not done U yet. But you don't really do anything, honestly. You don't really do a whole lot, do you? Loop time, get anim end time. Ah, that is just a function. I see. Okay, so loop time. Get anim end time. Is there just an end time on there already? I have wait time and play rate. Okay, we'll do this. Float anim end time. And we will replace that. Now, where is the loop calculator? There it is. I'll just call this loop calc. Shorten it up a little bit here. Okay, and then loop calc, we need to add the loop time. Oh, we already added the loop time, but I want that to be anim end time. There we go. And then let's change this. Make loop calculator. Okay, so I think that's replaced now as well. I think that's replaced. Okay, so I don't know if I feel like doing the melee auto attack right now. Maybe we kick that one down the road. I guess let's rebuild and see what happens. It's probably all not going to work. And actually, that get end anim time probably needs to be changed now. What other functions? Get swing wait time. End ability. The end ability anim. That's going to be an awkward one. Get anim end time. Where is my Q? So this is just going to be anim end time now, I think. But let's make sure. Aha. So it's a calculation most of the time. Okay. I should probably make a constructor that kind of does this, or like some function that does this. So get anim in time. Play length divided by play rate. Although if it's looping, we need the end time. But I guess we just like, I can just set it here. So that needs to be set on every single place that I use it at, basically. So either I do that manually or... I think I should change that into maybe like a calc anim in time. And then just do like anim in time equals that. No longer will be virtual. So now, so let's just do calc anim in time on all of these that aren't the looping calculator. And I guess I'll do that here. And really, I guess it's just cast ability, ranged ability, and then there was weapon special ability as well. Everything is kind of based off of those abilities. Where's my cast Q calculator? There it is. Okay, so calc end anim time. Now there is a spot that this is used in. Oh, I already changed it. Anim in time. Okay, what other... I probably need to look at the base class here. What other functions do we need to do? Get ability name, that doesn't really matter. End ability anim, that's gonna be an annoying one. Could you try to recode geometry dash from scratch? I could. Yeah, anyone could. I'm not really interested in doing that right now, but yeah, anyone could. Okay, so I guess adding the skelly mesh is important too. There's just a lot. I should make an initialization function, shouldn't I? Calc anim in time. Yeah, they're just like some derived values. Having the skelly mesh on here is an interesting one, though. It just kind of seems like the kind of thing that I could get when and where I need it, but in the interest of keeping everything as similar as possible, the calc anim in time, let's just do like, I don't know, init q calc, and we'll throw that in there. And then if it needs to be overridden, you know, those classes can override it after this call. This could be called like init derived values or something. Okay, but I think that's fine for now. Rebuild again. Now the object slicing problem will hopefully be gone, but we've probably just introduced a host of new problems. A host of them. Ah, there's some now. There's some now. Just for posterity, we'll delete that and keep it around. Until we're done happy with our new system. I might need to go grab some more coffee here soon. Okay, I just want to see how bad it is. How bad is it? Not gonna work, but how bad is it? Back to the test level. Yeah, those are gonna be broken. Okay, they're not even the right color. Interesting. I guess I broke that too. Let me just do one. Just give me one guy. Yeah, he's not moving, is he? Fun. Fun. Okay, so I think the end ability anim needs to be a bit better here. And probably the ability needs to handle that. Omni-Coon, welcome. Thank you for the sub. Cult of Martha demand what all players want but are too afraid to ask for. Yeah, don't use his name in vain. He will come after you. He will. Yeah, I need to clear these timers. I'm not going to do that because it's all going to be a part of the processor eventually. I'll be using the processor delta time here momentarily. Yeah, I think really the only different thing that we do in each one is... I mean, we kind of do the same fucking thing in each one, don't we? Or we just kind of end it. Ability and is active and canceled. Cancel it. Although we do this for let's change it here to go back to the base one. Change it to that. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that instead. Run live coding there. We'll try it again. See if we actually get a better result this time. Okay, he's still not moving. Okay, everything fucking sucks. Everything fucking sucks. Okay, what do I just take a hacksaw to this and just rewrite it, or do I try to make it work as I make small changes? You know what I mean? Like, I'm on the cusp of just completely redoing it. But there's just like, there's so many tiny little things, like little idiosyncrasies about this, like do this at this time, do that at that time, you know, gotta make sure this is done. Like, there's so many of that I'm afraid to just rewrite it without doing it piece by piece. So part, like, I kind of just want to like make it work as I go, as I make these changes. It is kind of a hard thing to debug. And it's only going to get harder as we move it into the ECS. Filling in a montage. Okay, so first things first. We didn't fucking cast. That's like the biggest issue, right? That's the biggest issue. Every week you chop a limb off my project and sew a new one on. Yeah, it's this flesh-crafted abomination monstrosity at this point. I agree. Make loop calculator. Am I supposed to... I guess I start the timer here with on cast time finished. Also, the loop calculator doesn't loop. Let's see, do we ever get here? We do, okay. Oh, but it's not even active at that point? I'm confused. I am confused. Do we ever get, let's say here, does that ever happen? No, we don't. Okay, so it's not active at that point. Oh, because of the ability being ended by the loop calculator. I need like a boolean for like this calculator should end ability when finished. B should end ability on anim end. Sure. We'll end ability on anim end. Make that true by default. I think most will need that. And then let's go into the base Q calculator. End ability anim function. Okay, rebuild that, I think. What else would... I think maybe the ranged ability load. Calc needs that as well. Everything else, I think, should end the ability as the animate. But really, that's gonna be in like a timer processor with my inevitable vision that I have for this. How big is this struct now? 88. It's actually smaller than I thought it would be. A lot of this stuff I don't need and I should get rid of. Yep. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Can probably shrink it by just reordering some of those. Well, a lot of them are pointers, which I just don't need until I need them, right? I don't need to store them. Holes, baby. Yeah, I did learn that actually. Not too long ago. I don't think so, though. Because they're all just like... Well, I guess for the booleans, right? Well, it doesn't matter right now. It's not even in a processor right now. It doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Okay, so now we actually get here. Now we actually get here. Do I fire the fucking... I tried. I tried. Finish cast anim. Where does that get called? Oh, it gets called from there. Okay. So we should be getting in here. Ability anim queue. If it's in the looping animation, play the final cast animation. Yeah, do we get here? Okay, we do get there. Do we get to this on cast spell? But the timer just never gets triggered? Can I actually see what that variable is, please? Or what that number is? .117. I mean, ability anim Q calc. So we should be doing. I guess the issue is with the Q itself. Priority and ability. Valid. God, some of the shit in here looks so bad, doesn't it? Anim in time. I mean, the timer itself, though, is just straight up not triggering. Doesn't even matter what the Q does. On cast spell delegate. Implemented in 5. I wonder if we're just not calling the parent. Yeah, let me see here. This would be cast ability, and then also projectile ability. Yeah, we're not calling the parent. Let me try that again. I don't think we reached it. Nope. Nope. No, we did not. On cast spell, you son of a bitch. Okay, why are you not doing things? Do we end the ability before? Does the ability get clean? Let's look at end ability. Does this get hit? When do you get hit? I also want to know, put the breakpoint back when we bind right there. Okay, we've bound. And then we've ended. Okay, I am seeing that we do get to the on-cast spell. The fucking blueprint breakpoints just don't work. Okay, so end ability has happened. Has been called. And then on-cast spell happens. And then we get here? And then end. Please, sir, can I have a breakpoint? So, did we ever get to here? Let's do that. Cast projectile. That's spawn. We do get to spawn. I wonder if source ability is just null there. I think the ability is ending before... Or you actually get a chance to respond. There's a timer. But also, I did see the timer thingy happening. Okay, cast ability here. You don't override anything. You're just data. Yeah, whatever is happening here, I don't think directly has to do with the anim Q calc, unless it's just ending it when it doesn't need to. Run that back one more time. Also, give me the cast overlay. Give me this. Trigger event. Yeah, I guess we can look at that. And now I want to step through the anim queue to see why we are ending. Okay. Process next in queue. Call calculate, which shouldn't do anything anymore, right? Well, it sets the scaling mesh. That's fine. Time started. Anim wait time is less than or equal to 0, so we're going to trigger current ability. Anim is valid as true, so we should get by that. Ability anim montage. Is ability still valid? Well, it should be. Is ability anim instance? Yes, so we should be triggering the event. The anim event tag is cast. So we should be triggering the cast thingo. Okay, so yeah, we trigger the event, which allows the anim blueprint to do its thing. Make the animations look like what they should look like. But the cast projectile is still not being projectiled. On shoot. Cast spell. Well, that would call shoot, so we would know. We would know if we got there. Okay, so cast spell. Yeah, I guess part of me just wants to, like, not give a shit about this and just change it into a processor immediately. Because I feel like whatever I end up fixing here, I'm inevitably going to change anyway. But reworking this from the ground up is not something I'm super keen on. Yeah, so what would this do? We would need to tick through each... I gotta have a processor that iterates over... I guess there would be an anim queue for each entity. And it would look at each item in the queue and kind of tick through it. Check if certain things need to be called. I guess there would need to be a lot of delegates, right? A lot of callbacks. So the ability can respond to the different events that the animations have. This would be kind of nice to have it automatically look up the anim notifies. That's just like kind of unperformant though, unless there's ones that we care about. Damage is an anim notify though. Like at what point during the animation do we deal damage? That's an anim notify. However, I don't want to rely on anim notifies. So what I do is I actually just look up what time the anim notify is at within the anim. And then I use that as my timer time. And so it doesn't actually matter what the animations are doing. And this way it works for entities as well, right? That may not necessarily be playing an animation because they're just all in memory and not being rendered at all. Therefore, no animation is played. But yeah, that requires a bunch of delegates for these different events. Probably would want one for definitely on finish, definitely on damage. For each anim. On start, maybe? I don't know. I don't think I do anything on start. Yeah, damage is an important one. Yeah, I think it would basically just be on damage and then on finish as well. Oh, you know what I maybe need to do? Do I need to bind this before I set the timer, maybe? Maybe that's fucking why. Let's see if that fixes it real quick. Let's rerun that. Yes, that was it. That was it. It was just such a short amount of time. Yep, there goes the fireball. Okay, the animations still aren't lined up perfectly. The looping animation is not looping. So I'm actually interested to see. Oh, of course, I have to, like, pick the proper one here, I think, before it'll actually break point. There we go. So what is my event data here? Looping is true. So why are you not... Yeah, that's all I have to say. Why are you not? Yeah, what happens in here as I'm casting? Move that off to the side for a second. I guess we still are in that casting state. Is casting looping not looping? Because it's false. But I do definitely set it there, don't I? Where, yeah, here, set aiming vars, casting looping. Okay, that's false? I just saw that as true. It's true here. But false here. What the fuck? What? Am I like, what is happening here that I don't understand? Or is this just the blueprint debugger not being correct? Well, that's super lame. Zach, good morning. I'm gonna go make some coffee. Indeed, I'm kind of thinking about another cup of coffee myself. I'm thinking about it. Now it's true. Okay. Oh, I guess there was like an old one in there. I think. Now it's true. Should have turned on. I should have toggled slow-mo here. Okay, we're gonna do slow-mo. I'm gonna put this on my other screen so I can see it here. Yes, we can continue. Wait, hang on. Pause. True. Yeah, it gets set to false by something. Let me clear that. So casting. Oh, we get hit with another casting there. That like resets it. Okay, so there's an extra event happening somehow. Where's that other casting coming from? We definitely don't get there. We shouldn't, right? So we should only ever get here, which would mean the anim queue is just probably wrong. Maybe we're not removing from the anim queue properly or something. Not sure why that would happen. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so the first one got in there. So let's see. I want to put a breakpoint there. There should be another trigger happening that's not correct. And I want to know how we got there. Okay. Here it comes. It was right there. How come nothing... Wait, where was the event that I was promised? That's not what happened last time. See, there was 2. Why wasn't there 2 this time? What the fuck? When I have the breakpoints, is it just slow-mo that it doesn't do that? Oh, see, there's the other one. Okay, I don't know why that didn't happen when I had the breakpoints on. Okay, we're gonna pause. I want to see that. I want to see that. I want to see that. Okay, we got the other event. None of those breakpoints got hit. How on earth? It must have been here. Okay, we got to the trigger current ability anim clear. From on anim end. We should be looping here though. We should be looping, right? Well, I guess we got to the end of the looping. Yeah, I guess the time that we're looping is not correct. I think that's the issue. The loop time isn't right. Loop time is 1.3. That seems about right. And we got 0.5. Wait, what? How did we get 0.5 here? Oh, because of init qcalc. Which did I call that? I see. I see now. Where did that go? Anim playtime. Play length. Really, anim play length divided by play rate. Yeah, so that's not going to work for the loop. So the anim end time, we need to do that after init qcalc. Yes, that's the secret. That's why we're not looping properly. Totally playing some Ocarina of Time today. That sounds like a great fucking day. Hello? Maybe even some Majora's Mask. Yeah, they have it on Switch now. They have both of those like natively on the Switch, which I think is awesome. Maybe you already know that now though. I think we can close that. Okay. rid of all of our nasty breakpoints. Yeah, that looks correct. The a little awkward there for one frame, but the timing and stuff is correct. There we go. Okay, so why is I guess now my next question is, why are the static meshes all fucked up? Because like that should be fine, I think. What would I look at here? That's what I've been playing on. Yeah, hey, I just found that out recently, and it was like a enlightening time for me. Elapsed anim time. Here we go. Current ability anim. That's for abilities. He's just doing locomotion, which I don't think I've touched. Yeah, I haven't touched the locomotion stuff. Why has locomotion broken? The locomotion anims. Let's just throw a breakpoint in there. Are we getting there? You good, bro? He's not even moving. Get current anim. That's why. We're stuck. We're stuck. I see. We need to do one of those. He seems to have been stuck in his state tree as well. He wasn't moving for far too long. Jonathan, hope the weekend's been good so far. It has. It has been good. Okay, so we're getting there now. Have a great Sunday. You as well, my friend. You as well. There he is. Okay, now he's got all that data. Now he's got all that data, but is he stuck right now? I think he's stuck because of the hungry logic. Yeah, which is 98. Take that back now. We're good now. We're good now. There he goes. Okay, locomotion working again. Okay. So this is kind of stable. This is somewhat stable. Let me check. Okay, let's check. And that wasn't correct. That wasn't correct, was it? Yeah, that just fired immediately. That just fired immediately. Load calc. Anim wait time is 0. Yeah, because we're loading. Yeah, that makes sense. Load anim time. Weapon speed. Divided by 2. Spawn projectile trigger time. Let's see what that is. Live coding. Oh, but I guess it's probably the chute. Yeah, the chute doesn't have a proper wait time, I'm gonna guess. I am gonna guess. If load calc dot is valid, which it should be. And not immediately. Yeah, so this is what... Let me throw a breakpoint here. That's what I need to see right there. The shoot wait time, I think, is just overriding it. Do you have a high... You only do if not there. Okay, let's see if, what we get when we get. Yeah, I don't care about that actually. Not that part. Here we go. Anim wait time is 0. Weapon speed 1.5 minus. Now this is, what did I do here? This is a complicated. This is gonna be like 0.2 basically. Minus 1 times 1.3. So the wait time should be like 1. It's like 0.2 minus more than that. Yeah, so that's 0. Let's see here. Yeah, anim wait time definitely needs to be not 0, non-zero. What did this look like beforehand? Ooch. Shoot calculator and in play rate. Show me the diff here. God, can you fucking stop? Oh my god. Okay, I'll reopen the diff. It was just scrolling endlessly. Jesus. Anim play rate. Hit play length. Load calc is valid. Yeah, I don't see anything having changed. Oh, I think this is the issue. You can do that at the end. I think that was the issue. Okay, I'm gonna rebuild that, and I'm gonna grab some more coffee. Although that was 0. No, that's the wait time for the. Okay, no, yeah, I'm gonna go grab some more coffee. I'm gonna be right back. I would encourage you all to get some more coffee as well. All right. All right. What's your ID? JetBrains Rider. Getting coffee, then running to the ATM. I get that paper. Okay, are we good here? Are we good with the bow shooty? No, no, it is not. It is not any better. That did not fix it, actually. Okay, do that. Let's see what this number is. Let's see why we are immediately shooting it instead of playing the load anim, I think. Are we adding them in the right order here? Shoot calc. It's like the shoot calc is just like taking over. 0.03. Anim wait time is 0. We did get here though, so I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't need the shoot calculator anim to wait. I just need it to go in the queue afterwards. Do we already have something in the queue? The queue itself is empty. Ability anim queue. The current ability anim is animing. It is going. So does this then, let me see, does this just does this immediately override it? Yeah, what is the priority here? It's a low prio. It's a low prio. So it should just get added into the queue. So let's go into where, I guess I want to see the other one end current anim. Yeah, I want to see where that gets called. Does that happen first before we get to something like process next in queue? No, it doesn't. We just process next in queue. I guess because we got to schedule next in queue. Because I wasn't currently animating. Is that right? We're still on the load bow. We are still on the load bow animation. Can you explain me about the code and PP? I think you have to ask your parents about the PP. It's not for me to answer. Okay, so this is the load anim. We are loading at the moment. Okay. So wait a second. Go back to the ranged. Where else? I should have, that already should have happened. But I guess we just hadn't. I guess we just hadn't gotten to the next in queue yet. Okay, so just do next. Okay, we are ending the load bow animation. We are ending it. Let's look at what your stats are. End time. I had 0.75 seconds that it should have done. anim end time was 0.75. That did not seem like 0.75 though. If I'm being honest. Sorry, I meant application. I was having a little bit of fun. I was having a little bit of fun with you, sorry. Yes, I am building a game. It is an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. I have been rewriting the gameplay ability system, which is an Unreal Engine framework, into my ECS that I wrote, such that I can run the entire world, thousands and thousands of entities I want to run. And the next step for that, for me, is changing the way I do my ability animation queue, which is a system that I won't get too far into. Again, it's kind of the reasons why I do it are superfluous at this point. But I need to change it into a more ECS flow to be more performant as well. That's what's happening right now. Just kind of going back through and trying to make sure that these all work still as I change them. And right now my load bow is not happening at the right times, I'll say. So let me look at where was the end time. I want to see that. 0.75. What is this? That's the attack bow thing. It doesn't even, does it ever end the ability? I don't even know if it ever ends the ability. The load should not. The shoot should. She should shoot good by the she shells. That's how that saying goes, right? Okay, yeah, so we add shoot calc. Anim end. So this, yeah, anim end on the... That's the load anim. Do you use Copilot? Yeah, I have Copilot turned on. I don't like vibe code by any means, but I do have Copilot autocompletes. Let me think here. So what else? 0.75. I mean, that seems correct, and I'm like firing it immediately. I say as my voice just cracks very, very badly. Okay, so I do want to see that. On anim end, I guess, is the next thing that's going to happen, right? Yeah, so on anim end happens like immediately. Called from the delegate, the timer delegate execute thingo. I mean, is that just like... Also, let's check if the ability ever ends. Right, it should, we should end somewhere. End current anim. Where is the actual end function called from? Where are you called from, sir? Many places. End current anim. Force end, remove ability from queue. Those aren't ones that I care about. So, yeah. Yeah, so we get here. Current ability anim. Are you valid? You are. Okay. Lion. No, guess again. End ability anim. Okay, so the ability is null here. Oh, I never set the ability on the shoot bow attack, I guess. That would explain why we're not ending the ability properly. Okay. At least we'll end the ability. The animations still aren't going to be correct. Do you do this full time? No, I have a job. Outside of the game dev. This is just for funsies. It's like happening backwards. Why? It's the wrong order. On cast spell. Yeah, we'll put that all down there. Spawn arrow. Load calc gets added in there. I don't want this to be like a stored thing. Get rid of that. I don't like that. Although, I do actually, right? No, I do actually. I lied. That is a necessity as to how I have this set up. So why is this happening basically backwards? Like it's almost like the timers are wrong here. Why are you backwards? Ah, I see it. I see it. What was that supposed to be? Hang on, look, show me the diff. Yeah, I foxy woxied that up, didn't I? What were you supposed to be bound to? I guess I wasn't binding it in here, was I? On shoot projectile notify. And I did... Oh no, that is on shoot. On spawn. But never mind. I thought I saw it. That's not the issue. On shoot projectile for on cast spell. On spawn projectile. On cast spell. Spell cast time. I mean, I guess the shoot is happening like immediately, right? What was this? What was this? What was this time? And then what is on shoot projectile notify? Okay. .03. Yeah. Okay, so that's supposed to be... I guess we're adding this up front now, rather than once the first one's finished. So I have to do like load calc dot anim in time plus. Yeah, let's see what happens there. Okay, live coding on that. That looked better. Was that the only thing I needed to fix? I might be too far from him. There we go. That is better. What happened here though? What happened to your Q calculator? I have a feeling that this Q calculator is invalid here. Andy, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Why is there a crash here, huh? Huh? Indability. False indability. View ability. Yeah. So we would have already removed it from the queue. Can your game is fully build before GTA 6? I mean, this has information here. Like, yeah, a lot of it's question marks, which doesn't bode well, but I don't see what the exception would have been. Can I skip, please? Skip. Thread unable to read memory. Failed to set breakpoint. What fucking breakpoint are we talking about here? What are we talking about, brother? I'm just gonna rebuild. I feel like Ryder is being weird there. I don't want any breakpoints. Let's try that again. We're just gonna fire off some shots here. The animations are a little janky, but they are happening in the right order and at the right time, it seems. Once again, we get here after several shots. Exception having an add user mode data execution prevention violation. What the fuck does that mean? I've never seen that before. Data execution prevention. Okay, I need to move temp here. That's why. That's why. I think. And then this needs to be a double. Yeah. Yeah, do that. Okay, that's why. So I think what happened here is because I grabbed a ref here, I removed that in the next line, because previously these were pointers. So that would have been fine. I was storing pointers in the queue. But now I need to actually take the memory out of it so that I can still end it. And I don't know why that was happening inconsistently. I would have thought that that would fail every time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, what? why is this weird now? Oh, yeah, that would explain it. A bunch of just fucking random S's because I hate that Ryder does that. Like, it'll hit a breakpoint while I'm playing the game, and then whatever key I'm fucking pressing just makes it into the code. I wish there was an easier way to, like, get that to not happen. Other than having a fucking lightning trigger finger. Alright. I think that'll fix the issue. I might need to explicitly delete that too. Because it's an R value, which means it's deep memory, question mark. Yeah, the animations aren't blending very well, but they are working correctly. Yeah, and so now we're not crashing anymore. Okay. Okay, let's try. I think that's working for the most part properly. I'm not going to worry about like the finer details yet. Auto attack is not going to work at all. But a weapon special ability should. And it won't. Ability anim is null. So we should do this one instead. I was gonna test this guy. Okay. That one's pretty straightforward, right? Okay. Okay, so everything's working except, well, let me look at the instant cast stuff here. Okay, yeah, that seemed to work as well. Yeah. They look like shit, but they work. Hey, you're supposed to be frozen, sir. Look at it, it's all back. He's just like throwing his whole back into it. It looks terrible. Okay, so the only thing left now is melee auto attack Q calculator, which is the most complex one. Let's go to melee auto attack ability. Really nice VFX. Yeah, yeah. They're from WoW. They're borrowed. They are borrowed. Let's put we'll put actually melee auto attack over here. Okay, Q calculator. Yeah, so we're gonna need to put this bad boy in here. I think I should probably already have attached a weapon when I casted the ability, but we'll do it again, just in case. I don't have a reference to the equipment component here. Get swing wait time. Equipment components. I guess we should make that a. Let's create field equipment components. Come on, give me what I want here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are you making game? I am making game. Okay, damage, trigger time stuff. I need to pop those onto the melee auto attack ability. I'll just throw those on there. Okay, import. And then we need to bind to on deal damage. Calculator, where do I bind? There we go, there it is. Equipment component, also we can get rid of that. Do that there. So rather than calculator on damage, we just do on deal damage, and then we need to change the calculator just to the base class one. Yeah, weapon doesn't really matter anymore. Okay. What kind of game? It is an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Okay, that resolves. Now, does it work? That's the next question. Maybe that might have been the easier one. Maybe the cast and bow, because those have interactions, right? Like with the... Although, dual wielding has not worked. Do I fix dual wielding right now? Yeah, I should probably fix dual wielding right now, just to make sure. Okay, like this. All right, okay, cool. Okay, that's, we can import you there. Almost back home, needed to go grab some food, I was starving. What food did you get? And did you bring enough for the class? Is that a Warcraft PFP you using? All right, now my boomer is showing. What the fuck is PFP? Profile picture? What are you talking about? Because profile picture doesn't make sense. Made some WoW VFX and Unreal as training using their textures. Nice. Profile picture. I mean, the profile picture is my camera. What do you mean? You mean like the border? Is that what you're talking about? Channel logo. Okay, now I'm even more confused. Now I'm even more confused as to what you're talking about. I am not showing a profile picture or... Oh, now I know what you mean. The orc with the sunglasses. Yeah. That is, I think it's fan art, but yeah, it is. The orc with glasses, yeah. I was just thinking about like on stream. I'm like, I'm not showing anything like that on stream. I get you now. Oh yeah. Come here, you. Just T-posing at him. I mean, I can get extra if everyone's hungry. I'm getting breakfast burritos. Yeah, place your orders with Zach. I want eggs, hash browns, and chorizo and cheese, please. Does anyone else want anything? I'm looking at the wrong class. That's why that wasn't making sense. Where is my melee auto attack? Okay, let's figure out what the hell's going on here. Oh, the calculator I never mark as is valid. That might be the issue. But yeah, the story behind the orc with glasses is that when I re-rolled, not re-rolled, but when I started playing Classic WoW, circa 2019, whenever that came out, I created an orc warlock named Gul'Dank. Because, like, Gul'dan is a character in the lore. Here we go. There's the auto attack. It's back. So back. Does no one else want anything? Stop moving. Okay, yeah, the auto attack doesn't continue when it gets interrupted. Just whiffed that one. Okay. But yeah, Gul'dan is a character from WoW lore, and he's an orc warlock. So I made an orc warlock and named him Gul'Dank. And so that I changed my Discord picture to that when I was playing Classic, and then I just didn't know what to do. Didn't know what to do when I started streaming, so I just reused that one. Do you think attack speed kind of slow? That one is supposed to be slow. That was intentional. But the animation is what's bad. I mean, I think this for the most part works. Let me look at dual wielding real quick. Okay, I'm only swinging with the offhand. It's not supposed to happen. Also, why are you just T-posed there? Oh. Stab. Stabby, stabby, stabby. Ha. Poke. Am I gonna poke him in the butt? Poke. Why does that look so silly? Okay. Weapon, get next, swing, anim. Power stance. Yeah, that's he's like fight me, bro. So we're only getting the offhand. Oh. I think I'm accidentally getting that each time. Probably only, yeah, I should only call that. Here, we'll just do this in lieu of current weapon anim. We'll stick with it. I like it. Get next, swing, anim. Yeah, so we were always doing the same one. Other weapon anim. Yeah. Okay. You change the animation later, huh? Yeah, these are all like placeholder animations and stuff. The axe swing one is one I made myself. That's why it looks so bad. Because I'm not... Figured out I'm not an animator. So definitely gonna have to get some of those made or buy them off the marketplace or something at some point. All the other ones are like ones that I've actually retargeted from Vanilla WoW. So everything other than locomotion basically will need to be changed. Okay, I'm still only doing offhand attacks. Why is that? I'm still only doing the... How is this getting triggered as a part of the... How is this getting triggered as a part of the toggle auto attack? Am I doing both? Where is start auto attack? Trigger melee attack. Okay, so I queue up both abilities. Let me see. Let me see. They are both marked as unknown, so hang on. Give me the payload. It is dagger. You have a proper payload? You do. Both of you have a proper payload. So now what we want to do is go into the auto attack ability and see what this fucking weapon is. The dagger. The mace. Okay. Do we get there for both? Mace. Dagger. Okay. Change this a little bit. Let's just rebuild. That was taking too long. I was too impatient. But I call weapon get next swing anim. And I have to get the other weapon, which is weapon slot held hand, and then I get the other weapon play length. So why am I only ever... I think one is overriding the other. Perhaps. Net Q calc. Anim end time? Is that something I give a shit about right now? I don't think so. Yeah, we'll need to run through that. Let's go there. Okay, so our first one. Where is weapon? It is dagger. Dagger got added first, huh? Curious, very curious. Very curious. So other weapon is the mace. Other weapon anim. Current weapon anim looks fine. This is offhand next. The weapon is the mace. Okay, so we are at the mace here. Ability anim. It is populated. All things are populated here. The other weapon is null. Ooh. Why is that? Let me look at equipment here. Wait. Yeah, the offhand weapon is not here. Oh, this is the, oh, yeah, okay, so I need to, oh, excuse me. That was from the enemy. The enemy is queuing up these attacks too. I need to test this against I need to test this against someone who won't fight back. There we go. So yeah, maybe we aren't triggering the melee attack properly here then. Weapon. Dagger goes first, which is interesting. Okay, I need you to stop moving. It never gets... We never seem to get to... I'm only seeing dagger. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen to you as well. Am I sure I'm getting to the main hand one? Yeah, I definitely fucking get there, don't I? I just never end up activating it. So let's go to activate ability processor. Apply ability. Okay, yeah, so I've only... Oh, yeah, it does get overridden, because this gets removed, right? But there's only ever one that gets activated per frame, so the second one that comes in is always the one that gets activated. Yep. Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so either I need to change that processor such that I can activate more than one ability per entity per frame, which sounds like something that would be important. I think probably a better way to do that entirely would just be to make abilities their own entities. An ability is an entity. And then that way this, I guess this processor would just iterate over ability entities and then add it into... The thing is, like, I need to keep track of which NPCs have abilities activated. So it's like I have to get the NPC at some point anyway. which would work, but I just don't think abilities as entities, it just doesn't give me much benefit in terms of performance, I don't think, if at all. And as a matter of fact, I would have to, it may be even actually worse for performance, because I would have to look up, I guess I don't need whatever that is. It can be removed. Yeah, so that may actually be worse on performance slightly. It probably wouldn't make a huge difference. So what I can do, I think the easiest path forward is either activating an ability. I guess activating an ability. I mean, I could just activate them one after another and keep track of that in toggle auto attack, which one comes next, you know? Yeah, so there's this thing that happens with the ECS, like you can like add and remove data, right? And for me, it's there's a lot of times where it's like I need to add data, but there could be multiple. It's like an array-based entity data, right? Like there could be multiple. This is one such case that it could be like I could have an array of ability classes to apply, to execute, to activate. I could have many per frame, and it's like at that point I can't I can't remove the apply ability data anymore, because, well, I guess I do create it like automatically, don't I? It's kind of annoying. The command buffer is what makes it annoying, because there's like kind of this staging ground where data goes to wait to actually get applied and created, because that allows the processors to process without archetypes changing. I think the easiest thing to do actually would just be to handle this in the toggle auto attack ability. Zach sending burrito money. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. Your support means a lot to me, so I appreciate it. And you know what? I will get a burrito for you. It might not be a breakfast burrito, but I will get a burrito on you. And I hope you, hang on, what kind of burrito did you get? You didn't share. And how was it? I need to know which, I don't know which the last one was. I need to know which the last one. So this is like B. Let's just do like last. Let's make this a equip slot. New variable. Okay, this needs to be last swung weapon slot. Make that slot. Last swung weapon slot. Oh, I don't want all of them. Can I hide? Can I hide unconnected ones? Can I hide unconnected? I can add an execution pin. That doesn't do anything. Okay, we'll just have to do equals then. Equal enum. I'll need 2 of them. Well, let's just do main. Let's just make it. If it's equal to, if the last swung weapon slot is equal to main hand, or I'll say not equal to main hand. I think that's the cleanest way to do it. Gotta make sure you eat. I went ahead and got a chorizo burrito. Hell yeah. I love me some chorizo. Absolutely delicious. There's this gas station that has the best burritos and green chili burgers you can get. Gas station breakfast burritos. Now that's, you know, I believe you. There's some diamonds in the rough in terms of gas station food. But that is the first time you tried that had to have been a dark day. Okay, if it's not equal to main hand, if the last swung weapon slot, this is making me hungry. Go get you a burrito. I also need to make sure that we actually have an offhand as well. When we do this, so let's do something like this. If last swung weapon slot is not equal to main hand, then we should do the main hand thing, if we have one. Let's do an and is valid, which will get rid of the need for that. Let me think. What would be the cleanest way to do this? Let's do something like this, where we make a local variable for gameplay event data. Melee payload, we'll say. Most gas station food sucks, but this place has a little kitchen in the back. Okay, it's one of those. It's a nicer place. A nicer place. And has some sweet Hispanic ladies cooking, and oh my god, they know how to cook. They do, don't they? Okay, so we will start. Go to Club Gas. Okay, if I'm ever in New Mexico, I will make sure to remember that. How do I want to? What's the cleanest way to? I hate blueprints so much, man. And honestly, I kind of want to. Yeah, oh yeah, because the AI needs to do it too. The AI needs to do this too. Oh, I think I need to undo everything. Guten Abend. It is a good evening, I believe. Good afternoon. Oh man, how do I want to solve this? How do I want to, yeah, undo all of this. Undo it all. Okay, how do I want to handle this now? I can just do a wait delay, I guess. But then I need to do the same thing in executability. Try activatability. Yeah, I should just... I've been thinking of a change that I need to make to the command processor where this can potentially return data in the staging area. I think the easiest thing now is to just make this abilities, or at least the activation itself, an entity. We can just do the activation as an entity. Not like abilities won't be entities, but the activation will be. I suppose we would want to do the same thing with removability as well. Which means this then needs a source on it. We do have that, so that is good. And then add entity data becomes create entity. I have a spawn entity, right? I have a spawn entity somewhere, right? Oh, on the archetype. Yeah, I guess I just want like a little function for spawn entity with some data on it. Which I think entity utils is a good spot for that. Rodrigo, welcome. Welcome in. I don't know if that should be blueprint callable or not, but so spawn entity. And so that's gonna take in. What are you working on? I am working on an RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite. Making some changes to my animation system. Yeah, so I need to spawn. Let me look at that real quick. What are we doing here? add. So I need an array of f instance struct, I think, basically. Well, no, I can just add entity data, right? Yeah, I guess it does need to be as an instanced struct. 3D? Yes. Where did you start learning on Unreal? How did you develop your knowledge, tool set? There's only so much to learn online, and there aren't really a lot of videos that help with everything. I mean, yeah, you can't. There's not going to be a video that, you know, solves every problem that you have, right? And the next 3 days also, I want to try and do something on Unreal. I mean, you just got to, like... There's no one place I went, right? Like, I just solved each problem as I came across it. A lot of trial and error. You know, I can't recommend any videos because I don't remember any of the ones that I've watched. Like, I try to figure out how to do a thing. I search for how to do it. That could be a video, could be Unreal Docs, could be source code, could be just Google, you know, just Google search and stuff. So, you kind of just gotta, it's like all over the place, basically. Yeah, so I think I do need to do t-array of f instance struct, t-array of f instance struct for this. And I need a world context object as well. Okay. I've caved to be lazy and wrote some bad net code. Packet size now increased by 8 kilobytes. Is that bad? How bad is that? I'm not, I am I am but a noob in the ways of netcode. It's shameful. Oh no. Yeah, I guess that's just what we want to do there. I'm gonna call that with data. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Subsystem, make active ability data. That's it. That was actually pretty straightforward, actually. That's pretty clean. I like that. Rodrigo, Va3Eek, thank you both for the follow and welcome in. Okay, so we're going to spawn an entity with that now. So we need to change our applyability processor. This is now no longer... We no longer get that there. And this is activate ability entity, which I don't even think we should like queue destroy entity on this guy. Beans figured that was going to be the best route, just working on one thing and using different sources and pretty much just learning along the way if things break. Yeah, I mean, there's no, I feel like that's kind of the secret to everything, right? Learning anything. You know, if you're looking to accomplish something specific in Unreal Engine, I can maybe give you specific sources for that, but I don't really have, like, I think the only, like, specific source I used was, like, Tranix gameplay ability system documentation. I think. So maybe that's all I can give you. Okay, so activated abilities data. We need to activated abilities data. Get entity data. There we go. Yeah, so that's a pointer now. And then we need to do activation data dot source entity there. Okay, I think that works. I don't know. Have I ever tested destroy entity? I don't even fucking know. I don't even know if I've tested that or not. burrito was slapping. Nice. Gonna finish this coffee, go back to being an adult, I suppose. Take it easy, and I'll see you next time, man. Yeah, you as well. I appreciate the support once again. Have a great one. QAdd entity data. It does not seem to create wrapper over these types. Oh, I need QAdd entity data instance there. Wrong one. Yeah. Bonjour de Paris. Au revoir. What are you coding? RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. Procedural terrain. Currently working on anim stuff. I'm gonna get my ability activations ironed out so that my anims work properly. So this is actually, we're just fixing an ability at this point. We're not actually doing animation. Okay, let's see if I can get the dual wield working now. Does dual wield work? Okay, yeah. Okay, the timing is all off, but both of the animations are happening. Yeah, so I guess that's why I did the calculate. That makes sense. That does make sense, because now I think both... Yeah, the deal damage trigger time is not correct, which is all the more reason that this needs to go into its own processor. All the more reason. This is a framework to make games in Java. No. This is Unreal Engine, which is in C++. Okay, I kind of want to commit what I have here. Also, let me make sure real quick that the other abilities are activated properly and whatnot. Okay, yeah, you go. Okay. Yeah, that seems to work. Let me see. Let's do a big test here. Do a big testy test. Okay, so this thing again. Okay, so that didn't fix it. Wow, interesting. Okay. Can I just end it first? What was the issue? I assume I did this for a reason. I assume I did that for did it the other way for a reason. But we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. Look at him go. Look at those ants. Look at all these little ants. Okay, who's gonna win? Yellow or green? Which team? This seems actually a lot laggier than it was before. Wow, and a lot of them... Oh, I don't think they're dying properly. I think I broke the dying animation. That's why they're all just standing there. Those are the dead ones. Who's gonna win? I think yellow's gonna... Yeah, I think yellow's gonna win. Yeah, yellow won. Oh, they're still swinging. Interesting. Okay. Okay, what was so happening so slow here? I feel like that's better than it was. Is that better or worse than it was before? Let's look at one from yesterday. I fucking hope that's better. It's not. Why? Huh. Okay, so I guess that's maybe because... Oh, we're just doing more in this now. I wonder if the law... I wonder if the log has anything to do with it. How much time does that take, I wonder? .21 microseconds. Yeah, that's too slow. It is too fucking slow. I don't know, was this the same number of entities? Hard to tell. Oh, good God, look at the timer manager. So the timer manager took 69 milliseconds. Now it's only 5 milliseconds. Total frame time used to be 143. Now it's 104. So I've kind of just traded where the performance is. Timers are rough. Yeah, we've gotten rid of a lot of them now. And I will be getting rid of all of them. Where the fuck is the state tree processor over here? There it is. State tree. Okay, so this is about the same number of entities. Yeah, this is about the same. Interesting. So now my activate abilities takes longer per ability. The attribute processor is drastically longer now too. Why is that? Each attribute being processed 50 microseconds compared to 30. I didn't really change that. A lot of these are taking longer, which is concerning. I don't know if it's just something to like, oh yeah, it just kind of happened that way this time. I don't know, maybe there's more damage happening now. It's like, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me try a different frame here. Yeah, I mean, I think there's just more. I think they're attacking faster, actually. There's a lot more happening. There's a lot more. There's like fucking 10, 1, 2, 3. There's like 20 happening there. There's like 40 happening there. There's like twice as many happening per frame. So maybe we're okay. If there's twice as many, it is taking 4 times as long. But also, the total frame time is lower. Timer frame time is way down. Huh. Let me look at some of these other processors here. Cancel. Where is the activate processor? Yeah, oh yeah, that's the one I was looking at. I mean, maybe it is just... Is it just queuing as well? Queuing the destruction of the entity? Maybe? I don't know. I wonder if there are multiple of the same ability being activated on the same, like, entity on accident. So before we had 500 microseconds for the command buffer afterwards. Now we only have 250 microseconds. We're actually probably doing less there. I wonder if we actually are... Hang on. It's getting longer and longer. I don't think we're actually deleting the... that one's shorter. That was 5 milliseconds versus... Versus 29? Yeah, okay, so it is getting lower. Okay, never mind. Maybe we are deleting them properly. I haven't actually tested the delete entity function. Yeah, queue destroy entity. So let's make sure I see that in there. I do see destroy entity, okay. I think this is, I think that's fine. We do a remove at swap. It felt so much slower, but I guess like a lot of these frames are like 5 FPS. timer manager was 16 milliseconds there. It was 12 milliseconds over here, so... Ability activation processor, 13 milliseconds. So these ones were about the same time. Yeah, the activate ability is actually on average, I think, a little. On average, a little. Oh, the FPS is so not good any way you cut it. I saw JS and now I see an app explain. You did not see JS. Why do you think you saw JS? This is Unreal Engine, my friend. It's not JavaScript. This is not JavaScript. I don't know why you think this is JavaScript. Oh, it was Java, not JavaScript. No. Again, no. Guess again. Guess again. I'll give you a hint. These are .cpp files. Because the syntax highlighting, and it looks like JS. The syntax highlighting has nothing to do with what the code is. And it looked like JS. It doesn't, because JS is camel cased. And does not have references and pointers. No idea. C++, you have you have a lot to learn, my friend. Okay, so I mean, it does still need to be structs and stuff. It just needs to. How can we speed this up? Because I guess when would this have been happening? Before. This would have been happening when the anim queue like ticks and stuff, which now it doesn't need to. So the calculate, that's why you have 3 viewers on YouTube, maybe not on Twitch. Also 8,000 viewers, 108 at one point, 109. You say I'm arrogant. You're the one coming in here telling me what language it is when you don't know what the language is. If you don't know, that's fine. Just ask. Just every day, every single day, someone comes in here and says this language is something that it's not. And then when I question them about why they think that, they're like, "Oh, I don't really know what I'm talking about." It's like, well, then why are you acting like it? Which is fine. It's fine if you don't know what you're talking about. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know every language either. Just ask. No, you didn't ask. You said, I saw JavaScript, and you go, oh, it was Java, not JavaScript. Those aren't questions. Those are not questions, my friend. Okay, so for the structs, I don't know if there's a whole lot we can do right here. We're speeding this up.
Hello.
Hello? Who is that? Sylar! Welcome!
It's John Cena!
Thank you for the raid, my friend. Welcome, everyone.
Why are you running? Very good, baby.
There goes the tower defense, Sylar.
Put it in reverse, Terry! Put it in reverse!
Put it in reverse! Oh, Lord!
Oh, Lord!
How goes
Ladies and
it?
gentlemen,
How goes it?
we got him.
What the
We
dog
got
doing?
it. We are, I guess we're optimizing it right now. I was fixing animations and stuff. But I've been peeking into performance, so That's what we're doing today, I suppose. I need to rewrite my anim queue is what needs to happen, such that it's more performant. But my comparisons are not so illuminating. Not so illuminating. Goes well, got a wave spawning, finally working with a win condition. Hell yeah, the first game loop. The first game loop. Exciting, yeah, for sure. I can't wait to play your tower defense game. I love tower defense games. But I hope your stream was well. If you need to go, by all means, please do so. But if you want to show off anything, let me know. Send me a link. We can take a peek. As for me, I need to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. So yeah, welcome in, raiders. I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. And I'm writing like an ECS system because I want to run like thousands and thousands of entities. So this was like a little combat test. Let's show the world though. Show the world. So here's a bit of the procedural terrain for those who maybe haven't seen it. So this is runtime generated procedural terrain. It will be destructible as well. And this is just like one small section of the world. The world is like very large. It's like 15 kilometers or something like that. And so this is just one small like radius. And then I'll spawn in and we can actually show the okay, I'm just barrel rolling through it. So here's the world, like the world map. This is like, it's seeded random. So like every time you play through the game, it'll be like a different map, different world map, different terrain. Kind of like something like Minecraft, you know, where you can put in a seed. Except I want it to be an RPG and a colony sim as well. So that's what I'm working on. Did you extend the anim class? What anim class? Wait, what do you mean? Or are you memeing? Yeah, this one is just a particularly nice seed because of all the caves and stuff like that. Like the underground caves. The underground caves is it was a massive pain in the ass to get working, but they look pretty sick. They look pretty sick now. But yeah, for the anim stuff, like I made this anim queue calculator thing because I needed animations to kind of like queue up, because like there's this kind of moment of no return for an ability, but like I still want the next ability to kind of start, you know, so there's like some overlap, and it also functions as a way to ferry the anim data to the vertex animated texture instant static mesh component entities. And I just happen to kind of have all the information it needed there. Saw some CPU code with my anim, so I thought you took the UE one and changed all the stuff in it. No. I feel like I'm terrible at the animation code. So no, it's just kind of like a little queue class that kind of just executes animations with... It'll have things like, you know, wait time, if it should wait to play the animation, and like the play rate that it should do, and then it handles like... It does like some timer stuff as well. It gets like trigger times from like anim notifies and stuff like that. Yeah, this is a little bit of the world. Everything's kind of broken right now because we've been doing some pretty heavy refactors. Normally I would like show you procedural tree chopping as well, but that doesn't work at the moment. That's what we're working on now. I'm trying to get all that stuff fixed up here. Yeah, this is just a particularly cool cave here. So normally I would have like colonists and stuff spawn in the world as well to interact with and show off some of the other systems, a little bit of gameplay, a little bit of building system as well. But yeah, all of it's kind of slightly broken right now. All of it's a little kind of very broken. Can I take these? No, that's broken. That's broken too. Basic fatal log. No error on that one. Object is not packaged. My item, none. Oh, I didn't know that was a, I didn't know that was an issue. Okay, we'll fix that later. Not a primary concern at the moment. I guess the primary concern is whether or not I'm going to commit this as is or not. I am curious to see. Maybe let's rerun this. Not that way with the break with the debugger. I want to see how long. Maybe I want to give some. Maybe I give them all fireballs and see how long some of those take. If that one takes less or more time. Because yeah, an ability executing at 200 microseconds apiece is not exactly. That's not ideal, I think. And I wonder if I should, like, break this down a little bit to see where all the performance is going. Where all the time is being spent. Find anim trigger time. Yeah, those ones are going to probably be not so bueno. Yeah, we're not even doing that part, which needs to happen as well. Maybe the ability anim Q being in a component is a little bit... takes a little bit as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and try. We'll give everyone fireballs and see what happens. Now, it's going to be sheer... I cannot do 1,000 because the fireball VFX takes up some time. But we'll go in and we'll take the colonist warrior and enemy warrior. And they're going to be mages now. They're going to be mages. Where is your abilities? Here we go, fireball. You guys only have fireball. No, cancel, don't play. Let's just take it down to 100. 100, play. Oh dear. Array has changed during for loop iteration. Okay, that's fine. Oh god. Yeah, they ran out of mana. I think some of them run out of mana and then they don't have any other abilities to execute. Oh, whoa. So, they're just gonna stand there. Let me take a peek at that though. Give me the worst frame. Oh, that was the frame. Okay, well, just give me one of these then. Give me one of these. Ability activation processor. Oh my god. Okay, that's taking even longer. Oh my god, that's taking so long. $350 microseconds there. Activate ability. Is that the... Which one is that? Is that the built-in? Or the, is that the cast ability? Begin deferred actor spawn from class. Yeah, spawning the projectile as an actor is a whole nother thing as well. Okay. Yeah, the fireball is not. It's not good. Okay, we've got a lot of work to do. I don't know, what other abilities can I test? guess I could test the ranged auto attack, but I don't think that's going to be much different than. I don't think that's going to be much different. Probably going to be worse than the weapon swing ability. What do you think here, Paul? Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Oh yeah, what happened to Windy City Fan? Is he still upset? Well, perfect raid time though. And I appreciate the raid, Siler. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do here. I don't know if I want to commit this or work on this more. We're at kind of a stable point, so maybe a commit is good. I can't see myself going back to the old way of things. I think we just have to move forward. I think we just have to move forward. What's the commit message here? MISC fixes, of course. This is like refactor ability anim Q into structs. Yeah, refactor anim Q calculators into structs. Okay, where to go from here now? I guess the timers need improvement. I just got to get everything into the ECS, I think. So it's either I make a timer processor, but that's just going to require like callbacks, which are not going to be like, I don't know how efficient is the execution of like a lambda. I think it would have to be lambdas. I mean, you could do a delegate, but I imagine delegates would be less performant than just calling a lambda function. Depends what optimization level you're at. I don't know what that means. What do you mean? I'm just thinking whether or not I should create a generic timer processor that just like accepts some callback to call after the given period of time has elapsed, or if I just write an anim Q processor that just is the function call. Well, I guess I would need callbacks at some point to the ability, regardless of which version I do, for like damage and stuff. Lambda is just a struct that has a parentheses operator. In certain optimization levels, they're inline calls, so they're virtually free. But you can check Godbolt to be sure. Just remember that a T-function version of Lambda might heap allocate. Okay, first of all, I gotta figure out what Godbolt is. Huh. So it shows you what it compiles to, like with the compiler optimizations. Is that what I'm understanding? Yeah, I don't know if I'm that big brained, I'll be honest. I don't know if that's gonna be I don't know if that's gonna actually help me or not. I feel like I wouldn't know what to do with that information. Ah, yes, the code is made of code. Ah, yes. But like in compared to a delegate, like a delegate is, it seems heavier. A delegate seems heavier. What is a, show me, do I have any delegates hanging around here? Show me a delegate. What does this expand to? T delegate. What is a T delegate? Fairly certain that the timer manager will always store it as a T function. I'm not sure what SSO T function uses. I'm sure you can find it in the source somewhere. Oh man, you're saying words, aren't you? The standard library function is the size so probably similar. So just be wary that you add in the capture clause and what you add in the capture clause. Oh, I see. Tortilla better than bread. Thank you for your take on such a important matter. Just saying, if you capture too much stuff it will cause a heap allocation. I mean, all I would be capturing is, it's just I just need an arbitrary function. It's not like I guess the only thing I would be capturing is the ability U object. It would just be, I think it would just be a U. Oh, YouTube chat. The gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, right before you raided, I guess I was arguing with a guy on YouTube chat. And he was like, this is why you have 3 viewers. And then you raided. So it was just a beautiful moment. Yeah, he didn't reply after you raided. He said I was being arrogant, and I probably was a little bit, but I was trying to say that he was being arrogant as well, and I don't think he understood. It just, you know, it grinds my gears when people come in here and they don't know what they're talking about, but they act like they do, and then I have to correct them all the time, because like, I don't want people to come in here and like be saying things that are wrong about, you know, my project, giving other people the wrong idea, you know, about my project. And like, there was one guy, I don't think he spoke English very well, which, you know, nothing wrong with that, but he kept trying to like say what was wrong with like what I was working on. And he was like saying things that like were very like tangentially related to what I was doing, but it was like he was just using like buzzwords or something. Like he didn't really fully understand what was going on, and I kept having to correct him. I kept having to be like, no, that's not the issue. He kept saying, this is the issue, this issue, you should do this, you should do that. I'm like, kept trying to say like, no, that's not what's going on here. And I tried to explain, you know, multiple times, and after a while it's just like, dude, you have to stop. Like you're not on the right page. And you know, I would like to say it was just a language barrier, but it was a bit more than that. So I was just like, you just have to stop at this point, because you're giving people, whoever might be watching this, the wrong idea when you're speaking so definitively. Like, I guess that's the issue that I have, is when people come here and speak very definitively, you know, like that guy was saying, oh, it's JavaScript, it's Java. I'm like, well, no, it's neither. You were wrong twice. And I you know, I have to correct that all the time. And yeah, I kind of meme around about it a little bit. Why are you calling me out? Wait, why am I calling you out? Sahib, welcome in. You shouldn't listen to me though. In profile, I'm wrong like 90% of the time. I don't think you are, Elliot. I think you're just being humble. Just run a bunch of delegate calls and see what it adds up to. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of like which one I should start with, delegates or just like a lambda T function or something. I use delegates for ability execution listeners and gameplay tag change listeners because those have to go to blueprints. So I need delegates regardless there because they need to go to blueprints. But with this, the animation stuff, it doesn't. So they could very well be, because all I would need them to do is call a function that is exposed to blueprints. This isn't job code? What? Yeah, I like, I don't know how much you get at Sylar, but like, people are coming in, they go, oh, it's JavaScript. I'm like, no. Not even, if you knew the first thing about JavaScript, you would know that this isn't JavaScript, right? CPP files do not contain JavaScript. And then, you know, I always ask why, and it's, you know, it's always some answer that, you know, kind of shows they don't know what they're talking about, which is fine. More than happy to explain to some newer programmers. But don't act like you know what you're talking about, such that I have to correct you all the time. This is obviously Haskell. Yeah. Insert brain fuck. You know, Python is the one I get the least because Python is snake cased by convention, and also there are fucking brackets and braces. Like, this is clearly not Python. If you knew anything about Python. And he said the code coloring, the syntax highlighting. Like this, the code color has nothing to do with what the language is. What did he say? Let me scroll back and find what was his explanation for it. He said, I saw JS and now I see an app. Explain. He said, what the fuck is being developed? And I was like, JavaScript. Where did you see JavaScript? That's not what's happening. There's too few words for Java. That too, yeah. Public factory, impl, abstract provider manager. Bingo. He said, oh, it was Java, not JavaScript. I see. I'm like, well, no, it's not either. Guess again. It's like, why do you think it was JavaScript? He said, because syntax highlighting and it looked like JS. that was his answer to why do you think it looks like JavaScript? Because the colors and it looked like JS. I was like, no, it's C++. And then he called me arrogant as fuck. Of course, I have a lot to learn. I don't make games. Well, where did he see JS in his browser? I don't know. Because I was looking at this when he said that. I must have just switched over from this or something. Public static void abstract stupid class method thing. You know, C++ is not far from that though. In some fairness, Java is probably the one that I get the most, that I understand. If you think this looks like Java, I mean, this is a dead giveaway. Pointers. And also, like, if you want to know what language it is, dude, just look at the fucking file names. I get that they're not always in RAM for YouTube shorts, but like, that's a dead giveaway. The file name is the dead giveaway, man. I feel they were just a newbie programmer, as mistaking Java/JavaScript is like the basic kind of thing you could mistake early on in terms of names, not necessarily language. Yeah. I mean, I guess naming wise, I would understand if they just misspoke on what they thought it was, but like it's not either of those. So it's the point still stands. What you making, man? Right now we're just making conversation, I suppose, but making a video game. The only time I touched Java was to play with Minecraft mods. Yeah, I unfortunately have to touch Java for my work, unfortunately. And yes, it is quite verbose. And it's just an old language with so many APIs. Like, there's like... At work, we have like pages and pages of like, don't use this Java method. You know, use the new one. Use this version. You know, we have so many things like that. It makes it really hard to work in. I'm not like a Java expert by any means, so I don't always know the new methods and stuff. Anyways, what am I doing here? What am I doing? What do I want to do? What is this channel about? Is it about IT literacy? Oh, I'm just doing game dev. I'm just doing hobby programming. And also bitching about YouTube Shorts chatters, I suppose. I was really just complaining about how people come in and they act very definitive about what is happening. And then I was just saying it's frustrating for me because I don't want people to get the wrong idea about what I'm working on or what's happening or what language it is, right? When people come in and say, "Oh, this is Java," people will just come in and just say that. Like that's their first chat, and it's just like, no, it's not Java. Stop being. And then that guy called me arrogant for calling him out on that. And maybe I am a bit arrogant about it, but it's frustrating to have to correct people all the time because I want people to not have the wrong idea, I suppose, is where that comes from. But anyways, let's move on. I want to make I guess let's just make an anim Q processor. And then I think I just change this into the processor. That way we can maintain the Git history a little bit better here. Well, actually I need the anim Q data as well, I suppose. Let's start there. Let's make some entity data. I guess we just want, gameplay animations. What are we doing with that? Nothing. It is being used, actually. Ability anim, yeah, so it's a weird place to store this. But I think we can just plop that into some entity data as well pretty easily. Okay, where is my data at? Data types. So let's make a file. We're gonna call this animq entity data.h. Hit it with a pragma once. animq entity data generated. Yes, use struct f animq entity data. Okay, so what are we putting on here? Current ability anim. I don't know that we need blueprint read only. Current ability anim. And then where's the actual queue? There it is. Just give me one moment. One moment, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. BRB. Okay, I'm back, and I looked up all the answers, and I'm now gonna act like I just came up with it off the top of my head. Be satisfied. Not to be rude, are you working on making this like an app of some sort? And if so, I can't wait for you to finish it. I mean, Java is the first thing they encountered in college, so it's understandable that they had to ask questions like that. I mean, I guess the point... Well, first of all, I'll answer your first question. I'm making a game. A video game. An Unreal Engine. And yeah, I don't expect everyone to just know what's happening here, right? What I expect is for people to not just outright say what is happening here when they clearly don't know. That's... I guess expecting that is where I go wrong. But yeah, I understand why people, you know, might think that it's a certain language, but like... And do I? I don't know. even if you've encountered a language before, like... Again, the file names are right here. You know, like... And by all means, ask me what language it is. I answer that, you know, half a hundred times every stream. By all means, ask me that. By all means, ask me what I'm working on. No issues with that question, with those questions. I have an issue with people just definitively saying what is happening, whether it's, you know, this is Python. People will just come in, this is Python. Like, no, it's not. Good that I had to ask first then. Yeah, no, asking, I don't think I'm ever gonna get mad. Well, God, YouTube Shorts really just like toes the line on like what is like... I would love to be able to say, ask whatever questions you want. I can, but then YouTube Shorts really just does fucking push the limits. And I mean, people will just come in here and solely just try to fuck with me, you know, like just kind of how the YouTube Short, you know, it's a lot of exposure and a lot of people. So I get it. I just ignore those ones. But any questions about like what I'm working on or anything like that, more than happy to answer. Bro, wearing blue shirt is a recession indicator. Oh, I think not wearing a shirt is even more of a recession indicator though, right? Anyways, can I forward declare that? It's incomplete. We're gonna ability anim and then ability anim Q. What's our size here? I guess it doesn't know because it's incomplete. Okay, we gotta fully import that bad boy. 104. Yikes. Okay, how big is an NMQ? Yeah, we need to cut that puppy down. Yeah, we need to cut that puppy down. Actually, this is Fortran. Yeah. No, this is MIPS. This is assembly language. Ability NMQ, current ability anim. What else do I want? I think this belongs somewhere else, but I'm just gonna put it in here for now. It's gonna make this. Actually, no. We're gonna do. Actually, just gameplay animations can be entity data. I think that is just going to be. Oh, I've defined. Okay, we'll make it in its own file now. Let's put it into its own file. Gameplay animations entity data is what we'll call it. I don't need that because we're just going to copy it. We're just going to copy it. Gameplay animations, and then can I, let me see here. Yeah, so we probably need to import that correctly, and then we can maybe, we'll fucking import it here, I guess, even though we don't need that anymore. We don't need you there. You're on its own thing. So now let's just rename it. Gameplay animation entity data. There we go. Okay. And yeah, this is just a collection of animations that to play during certain scenarios. How big is that? Just a bunch of pointers. 80? Okay, that's not too bad. For what it is, it's not too bad. Won't fit on a cache line though, but I don't think I need that too. And then let me fix that one up real quick here. Where are you used at? Basically just my anim instance. Ability anim queue. Now we want to like get let me look here. Get ability anim queue. Get entity data from context. I think that'll work. New avatar. I think that should work. F gameplay animations entity data. Now ability anim queue is not that. No, that is not what we want. I don't think we need. Are you actually used in blueprints or not? So let's delete you. And then you are going to be interesting because this data can change. I think I would just want to store a copy in there, actually. Yeah, and I guess I would kind of want to, wouldn't I? Bro. What, bro? Auto animations entity data. If there we go, just make a copy out of that. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now I need to put that on the archetype, and then I need to register that as well. F gameplay gameplay animation entity data, register that. And then what was the other one I did? The anim queue data. Anim, yeah, so right here, register anim queue entity data. You're still coding. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Okay, now what? I want to add that to the archetype now. Okay. Actually, anim entity data, anim queue class, anim queue. Oh, I can just delete that. I can just delete those because I shouldn't need those anymore. That'll be nice. But give me anim queue entity data, f anim queue entity data for declare it, of course, and then we want gameplay animations entity data. Actually, anim queue entity data, that doesn't need to be customized at all, so we don't need that there. We can just spawn that by default, I think, if we have anim queue entity data, or if we just have anim entity data, we can spawn that by default. And then A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, so right here is where we want gameplay animation entity data. Okay. Now. Gameplay animation entity data. Okay, that's there. So when am I going to spawn and add in the anim entity data or the anim queue? I suppose proxy actor isn't a bad place for that. And also the player now needs the player now needs to add that too. What I'm most curious about is, do programming really involves money to produce a game or an app? I mean, I haven't spent any money on this yet. But you gotta temper your expectations. You know. Oh, all right, bro. What all this thing do? This is for a video game. Activatable. Where do I add the player animations? I guess that's just on the anim queue, right? I have a, okay, yeah, I have an anim queue here. And then I put all the animations in there. Okay. Okay. I want to not delete that so I can copy it, because that's going to be annoying. It's going to be annoying to have to fill back out again. Is it C++? Yes, it is. See, that's the correct way. Yes, it is. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Unreal Engine, yes. Just earned a sub, bro. Thank you. Appreciate your sub. Gotta go now. It's 1 a.m. here in my country. Yeah, go get some sleep. Sleep is important. Keep grinding. And you keep sleeping. Or something inspiring. Okay, so what do I need to do here? I need gameplay animations to be just on the character as a U property. Edit, we'll just say edit anywhere. Gameplay animation and data. Can I forward declare that? No. There we go. I know, I'm very well spoken, aren't I? Okay, and then let's, where's the anim? I guess I don't have anim entity data here. So we're just gonna queue up some well no, we're just gonna add the gameplay animations there. Gameplay animations just get added there. And then for the entity, that is not the, I was like, what the hell am I looking at? Who changed my proxy actor? I'm the only one who works on this. I was going senile there for a fucking second. So here, I think we want to, oh, I forgot to add in the anim queue. That's what I wanted to do too. You add entity data, this entity, and then just default F anim queue entity data. I work at Microsoft Gaming Department. Need more people like you on our team. Hey, I applied to some Minecraft positions. I only got a fucking call back for a SharePoint team. Ended up turning down that offer because Microsoft doesn't really pay that well, I'll be honest, in comparison. But I would have accepted that if I was on the Minecraft team. Yeah, so we're gonna add this for proxy actors now. Does every proxy actor have this? I mean, right now they would, but am I ever gonna have an entity that doesn't have an anim queue? Or need one? That is how all of the VAT stuff works. Yeah, so if they have an anim entity data, it should spawn with an anim queue, I think, is the key. Where do I... Oh, I have add ability anim queue here. Anim entity data. Yeah, I guess I'll just do that here then. We'll add anim queue entity data. Is now what it is. Need referral? No, I'll be all right. Maybe someday. AnimQ, blend filter. Yeah, I think that's all we need. FAnimQ entity data, gameplay. Oh, gameplay animations. That should get added automatically though. That's an automatic. Bingo. AnimQ entity data. And then I did register those. I did register MQ data. Gameplay animation data. Okay, so we have the data that we need now. Now I just need to write the processor. Let's make a new file for that. Okay, you need to be a processor. Entity processor. You are going to be called AnimQ processor. Welcome aboard. What is my purpose? You process AnimQs. Oh my god. Let's implement some boys here. And by boy, I mean process entity. So what we're gonna do here, what does this do? Oh yeah, I only care about that if I need to do time slicing. Ninja, welcome. Did we ask any particular reason you're not using blueprints, or do you prefer to code the game? I do use blueprints. I also do prefer to write code over blueprints, because I find it easier to navigate and organize. But I do still use blueprints. So what are we doing here? I need to build a query. How do I... I've already forgot. How do I do that? How do I do that? What do I do here? Query... Was it query builder? F query builder? What do I fucking do here? Oh, this needs to be my entity processor. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's why. That's why. Yeah, query. Query dot for each, or I'll say dot with all f anim q entity data with none f dead tag, and then also f simulating entity tag to make sure it's actually simulating. Give it a debug name. How much software experience do you have? As in like number of years? Or what? How do you want me to quantify that? Number of years I've been getting paid to write code, or just number of years that I have been writing code? Do f entity animq, yes. Simulating tag will need to be in there, although I'm not going to do it. Probably we'll just need this there, delta time. Okay, so what are we doing in here now? Let me grab a little zippy boy here. paid for writing code years. Almost 10. I think it'll be 10 here in a few months. Okay, so we have the anim queue. This is where I'll need to start being a copy pasta boy. Oh, that's the queue calculator. That's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Put that over there. Okay. Anim queue processor. Add ability to queue. Yeah, so I will need to look up. This, I think, just goes on the data. This goes on anim queue entity data, I think. Add ability to queue. And I guess I'll need to create the CPP file for this, which is always super annoying. Wrong data. Data types. Add a file. Anim queue entity data.cpp. Thank you. Of course, we got to import it. That would be good. There we go. Fine. I'll fully qualify it. You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd like that if I fully qualified it, huh? Yeah, you little fucking slut. Bro is the father of Claude. No, I am not. I don't think you'd want to see a Claude trained on my code. That's if Claude is trained on my code, we're doomed. I'll just be honest. Kid owner. Yeah, don't really care about that. Doesn't really make sense anymore. Okay, is currently animating on anim end. I guess we just have to wait for the next tick. Check if there's anything there. Yeah, this is gonna change completely, isn't it? Schedule next in queue is currently animating. Yeah, I don't think none of that happens here anymore. We just do that. Or I could just write another processor that accepts like data to do it. I don't know. This seems fine. This seems fine. Where is my, okay, queue processor, and then where is ability, anim, queue? Let me close some of these. Okay, ability, anim, queue. There we go. So what happens is I need to check if we are currently animating. I need to check if we have, I'll say if anim queue dot ability. Okay, let's change this to anim queue entity data. And then let's just change ability anim queue into anim queue just for brevity. How long have you been working on this game in days? Oh, I have not. That number does not exist in the form of days. I've been working on it for about 3 years. Oh my god. What? I'm curious as to what this would actually do. This is actually not far. It's not far off. I mean, I do want that part, so we'll take that. anim queue entity data, anim queue. If we have something in the anim queue and the current, well, no, we don't want that because we need to check. Stop, go away. I need to know what the next one is here. Building anim queue calculator. Next anim. So if next anim, first of all, is valid and next anim dot priority equals high, that means it should overwrite the currently playing animation. Right. And what does that mean? First of all, means the current anim view entity data, current ability anim dots on anim. I need to end it, right? On anim end current anim. Let me just copy pasta. We're gonna copy pasta there. On anim end, and I guess we have to pass it in now. End current anim, which we would need to. Maybe we just fold all this in there because we need to like forward all this information anyway. But I'm gonna keep it the same for now. Trigger current ability anim clear. Yeah, I gotta send it to schedule next in queue. That just happens as a part of the processor now. I think I'll want to change the name of these queue calculators to something better. They are no bueno. Your name's safe. Why are you mad? Current ability anim instance. Weird. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's create those. Create. Yeah, get owner doesn't make any sense there anymore. At least not in that form. Schedule next in queue doesn't make sense either. Neither do these. So comment those out. We're not gonna have timers anymore. Gotta go keep it up, thank you. And thanks for stopping by. Okay, current ability anim. What was I wanting to do with that? Current ability anim. Oh yeah, we want to end it. On anim end. Passing in the current ability anim. We do on anim end. And then one of the things... Yeah, I need a frame for it to blend out before I send the next... Because what this will do is trigger a trigger current ability anim clear. This will send an event to the animation blueprint. The animation blueprint needs at least one frame to blend in between the next incoming animation. So I think that's all we do here. If next anim is valid, well, this is specifically if we have a current anim as well. So specifically if we have a current anim that is valid, We do that, and then I think we can return here. I think. And then the other case is if we don't have a current anim, which will be after we've reached this. If we don't have a current anim, well, let's put that one first. If we don't have a current anim, Scribe will see you tomorrow. Appreciate your sub. Take care. MQ entity data, current ability anim. If the current is not valid, we're just going to play the next one. We're just going to play the next one, which means what? What does it mean? What does it all mean? Which means we want to remove from the ability anim queue and set the current ability anim from the anim queue. Well, I guess we already have next anim here, so we'll do that. Move temp next anim into there. Now current ability anim will have ownership over that memory. We remove at, I think, yeah, we wouldn't want anyone to access that because I think that would be super fucksy wucksy. I guess I am setting the, we'll do this for now. I think maybe this should be unnecessary. Current ability anim. We're using this a lot. Let's do something like this. Let's like extract both of these things. I don't like that. Can I destructure it here? That would be nice. I'm not gonna try and fuck with that though. Give me a couple refs here. Just make it easier to work with. Okay, anim queue. This is Java, right? Once again, no. No, it is not Java. If you want to know what language something is, what you should do is you should look at the file names. That will tell you everything you need to know if you're not familiar with the syntax. The file extensions, rather. Okay, current ability anim instance. Okay, so we've done that. Process next in queue. The calculate function is dead to me. And what we probably should do is just set the skelly mesh on here. And again, this is probably stuff that we won't end up doing, because we can just get that when we need to. But we're just going to keep it as similar as possible for now. Set the start time. Time started. Yeah, so this is going to be our meat and potatoes, actually. So maybe let's make a function for this. anim q processor. Let's just call this process. We'll call it something similar. Process next in queue, sure. We'll call it something similar. And then you need to be passed in a current ability anim. Trigger current ability anim, and we'll make that. Oh, excuse me. Ability anim queue. Yeah, we're not going to do calculate anymore. Oh my gosh. Let's put this in there. Dude, I hate my nose sometimes, man. I'm about to cry right now. Oh. Excuse me, sorry. Trigger current ability anim. Let's copy that guy over. NMQ processor. You're gonna go, we're gonna plop you down in there. Pop, lock, and drop it, as we say. NMQ processor. We need to pass in current anim. Get elapsed anim time. Okay. Okay. Keep copy pasting. Which will also need. Okay, where am I using this? What is this, bro? This is game dev. Where else am I calling this from? The ISM processor. Get elapsed anim time. Yeah, I think maybe this just goes on the Q calculator or the data now. I think. What is this project? The game is going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Okay, world context. Get world. Ability NMQ calculator. Yeah, so if I'm getting like that, where did I use this at? NMQ. I'm gonna call this on the current ability anim, or no, on the. It should be on. We'll go back through and change that. Do you have Instagram or Twitch to live on? I am live on Twitch as we speak. Get elapsed anim time. Get elapsed anim time. We will need the data then, and I think we could probably. I think we can probably do one better here. At some other point. F anim Q ability anim Q calculator. Yeah, that. Get world, or we'll just say this is the world context. Member is inaccessible. Is it? Oh yeah, wrong qualifier there. Trigger current ability anim Q entity data. Means that I will need to pass that into here somewhere. On anim end. Let's get rid of the owner there. Okay, this is coming together. The timers though. The timers. We need to change now. Process next in queue is wired up. Yeah, if anim wait time less than or equal to 0, just trigger it. Otherwise, I need to know like what the elapsed time is, which would be after this, which would be the next frame. So I also need to have a function for checking timers. So it's going to be like a kind of like a tick function, I guess. I don't know. Tick may be a little disingenuous to name it, but kind of what it would do. So we'd go here. If current ability anim is valid. See, it's SEO Bool. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. If current ability anim is valid, and we probably need to do a early out, and this is actually outside of the if anim q is greater than 0. And maybe even all of this goes in the next one. So current ability anim now, that needs to have like the elapsed time. I need to like keep track of, I have the start time, right? Time started. And then I need time elapsed as well. Black Pearl, thank you for the sub, my dude. Welcome in. Welcome. So current ability anim dot time elapsed will plus equal delta time there. Make sure we capture it. Let's do that. Let's make sure we don't do, well, if we're processing it. Oh, that's if we don't. Yeah. That's correct. These are different cases. Maybe I'll do an else if here, even though we do a return. Because if the current ability anim isn't valid, we're just going to grab the next in queue anyway. So we don't need to also check that and end whatever the queue is. Okay, so if we get through here, that means we have an existing one. We don't need to replace one. We're just going to tick it. Time elapsed, and so I need to check if something here, and that's if anim wait time needs to be triggered or not. I guess I need like a prev time too, right? Well, let's do this at the end. If current time, because I only need to do it once. Yeah, so let's do something like this. Float prev time equals time elapsed. And it's really like time started plus time elapsed. Anim wait time. No, I guess it would just be if prev time less than current ability anim dot anim wait time and current ability time elapsed is greater. Then we have the event. We have the event, and we need to trigger current ability anim. So that effectively gets rid of that. And so it explicitly needs to be less than, not equal to. Although that could be the case. Do I do greater than or equal to?
Because I don't want this to trigger twice, right? Which it might if we do it here. Should I just not do it here and just wait for next frame always? Or maybe even not return from there? Let me do this one and I'll think about it a little closer. Can I call this new time? Float new time? Can I do that? I think I can. That makes it a little bit more readable. So we'll need to do kind of a similar thing here. Else if prev time, and then I need to do anim end time. And then we call the on anim end. With current ability anim. I don't know if I need that. Let's figure out if we need that or not. There's going to be a lot of fucking troubleshooting here that needs to be done. Let me think. If anim end time, yeah, are we doing that part or not? Because otherwise, I can just do this. Process next in queue, or we will do u anim queue processor tick anim. F anim q ability anim q calculator, right? Or no, I need the whole data object there. Yeah, and then we'll put this bit in there. Ability anim q calculator. There we go. Yeah, we need delta time too. There we go. Okay, so let me think about this little event that we've created here for these timers. This time. Prev time, if it's less than the anim wait time, which the previous time is time elapsed, which would start at 0. Let's initialize those both to 0. Time started, I think we'll need. Maybe I won't. Time elapsed, because that's ticking up. We have the previous elapsed time and the new time. And we do anim wait time, and we have anim end time. So we're waiting to start the anim, and we're waiting to end the anim as well. And if the wait time is 0, it's going to skip that. So we should do that in process next in queue for both. This should never happen. Brief time next time. No, I don't care about that. back to the anim queue. What else is happening here? Is that all of it? We trigger current ability anim. If current anim... I mean, yeah, that again should never happen, I don't think. Although I forget if I'm calling this... Oh, I forget all the places I'm calling it from outside. Like the ISM processor. Like when it switches to and from an actor and a instance static mesh, I think I call into the old anim queue. Yeah, I do a lot of checking there, don't I? To get like, yeah, we have to read. That's just all going to be on entity data though, getting the current anim. The anim queue, get elapsed anim. Yeah, that should, actually that's fine. Yeah, I think we're actually fine then. Maybe there was some entity avatar change event that I had it in somewhere. We'll just let that blow up in our face later. Trigger current ability anim. Let's go through this and see what's necessary. Yeah, I should never get here if that's invalid. We don't need to check that. Anim queue, entity data, get elapsed anim time. This one's weird. I don't know if I need all this, but we're gonna keep it the same for now. Yeah, just play the montage, which doesn't fucking work at the moment. Get the ability, which we're doing nothing with. Other than just checking if it exists. And we trigger an event on the linked animation instance. Yeah. Otherwise, all of the information is read from the current animating ability in the ISM processor. I don't think I need to do that. You can just pin it and check if it's valid. That should basically never get hit. Anim end time doesn't seem like the kind of thing that should be 0 at that point, but it's there if we need it. Technically makes sense. End current anim. We call end ability anim on it. Which I don't know. I don't know if we need that to be a function on here. We'll just keep it like that. I think we can probably change that in the future. Schedule next in queue doesn't need to happen because we're always checking these. Which actually seems weird. Checking this every frame now. Is that going to be less performant? Scaling mesh. Boo, boo. Yeah, I mean, I think this at the very least compiles. Does it work though? I don't know. Let's see if it compiles. Give me one sec. Okay, so far so good. But yeah, having to iterate over this, over every single anim queue, even when, you know, nothing may need to happen. Hopefully it's just more efficient, I hope. I do just need to tick it, right? Technically, it built. Okay, so we'll want to wire everything up, and I need to change other things before it'll actually work. But before I forget, let's go ahead and like populate the entity data and stuff. I always forget to do that. I'll need to add the processor as well. My list of thingies. Okay, let's do subsystem. What we will add. Already, I have an empty one there. Why are you? Who are you supposed to be? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have no idea who was supposed to be there. Okay, you're now gonna be an MQ processor, and you should get moved to before the ISM. Yeah. Do that right there. Yes. File save. Okay. Now it's fine. We will go into both the player and the entities and wire up that data. Falcon, hello. Colonist warrior. Let's open up character base as well. They should all have the same, if I'm not mistaken. So give me. Oh my fucking god! Are you serious? Why did that happen? Because I changed the name? Oh, okay. Alright. Do it by fucking scratch then. Should that just be an instant struct, I wonder? I don't think it matters. Idle combat. I forget if I use the. I forget which one I use. Not that one. I use like the WoW. Now we gotta find all these anims. Is it emote chicken dance? It is not emote chicken dance. Combat wound. No, it's none of those. Very ready. Is it ready? Is it that one? Oh, it's like ready. It's ready one. There we go. It's that one. It's that one. Okay, pop that one in. Okay, movement blend space. Shit. I don't know if the character needs it. Yeah, that one needs to be a montage. I think the sit is a montage as well. No, that's sitting a chair. That is sit in chair. Stand from chair. God, I wish this did not reset everything on here. Why did that? Why did that? Because I changed the name? Did that not create a... Did that not create a redirect when I changed that? I don't think it did. I don't think so. Maybe, do you think I can change it still? Think it's too late? What did I change you from? Oh, I changed your class name. Class redirects is probably what I changed that location too. That's probably why. Let me go back to the anim. Maybe we can get this all fixed up easily without me having to look back through it all. You were called what now? F gameplay animation. We gotta remove the F. But it was dot gameplay animations. Okay, so class redirects. Okay, let's see if that let's file save. Save all. It's already, yeah, no. Okay. File save all. Let's rebuild now. Hopefully that wires it all back up. Oh, pray for me. Please. No, it didn't work. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Stand from chair. Don't remember which one these were. Sit to stand UE. Yeah, that looks right. Can I get a... better... I don't know why the model looks like that. I've totally forgotten what some of these need to be, like montages and stuff. I've totally forgotten what they need to be. That's super frustrating. I guess I did, hang on. I did show it earlier in my stream. So I can just go back.
So you want
Yieldy source control. It's gonna be fucking hard to find though. Still fixing the auto attack at that point. Yeah, so it was after this. Where is it? Come on, YouTube, I need you. probably before. It was before this. I think it was somewhere. Oh, geez. I might have to do this offline. Well, I was still doing the performance thing at that point. Didn't I? I looked at the gameplay animations. I did. Wait, right there. So I renamed it right there. I didn't add the core redirect. So didn't I look at it? Didn't I look at it in the editor at some point when I did that?
Hello.
Hello? Who's that? Zed!
It's John Cena.
Welcome.
Why are you running? Bag up, bag
Why are you running?
Hit you with the shout out, Zed. How was your stream? What were you working on? How'd it go? Oh, Jesus!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Oh no, everything's broken, of course. Everything's broken, of course. But welcome in. Welcome in. I'm Mydrog, for those who don't know. How's your game going? I was making art for boss fight. Oh, hell yeah, that sounds fun. I'm rewriting. I just got done rewriting the gameplay ability system in Unreal Engine over the course of the past month about. And so now I'm like trying to rewrite my like animation queue stuff. And as you can see, that is not quite working. As a matter of fact, I don't think they're animating at all. Oh, no, they're sort of animating. But yeah, it was all for testing combat in a very performant way. Well, that was 100. We can go like something like 500, right? Welcome to me. Yes, welcome in. So yeah, there's combat, 500 entities. 11 FPS, so not ideal. The fireballs, I think, are the biggest issue right now. The VFX does take some time to load. But yeah, for those who don't know, I'm Mydrog. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite that is all sorts of broken at the moment, as you can see. These guys are actually dead. They're just not playing the right animations. But I can show the fun stuff, which is the procedural terrain. And so I have a procedural terrain algorithm that I wrote, generated in compute shaders for the most part. And this is just one small section of a very large world. The world itself is, I think, about 15 kilometers. I'll probably have to make it smaller, but this is just one small section of that getting generated here. And so here is the world map. What we saw getting generated was about this big, about that big. And so each pixel on here is like a terrain chunk. There's a, you know, that's 1 pixel on the map. So we're about 4 or 5 pixel radius right now. So it's a very large world. Each one of these different colors is like a different zone with a different biome. It'll have different terrain noise. It'll have different assets and stuff like that. As I hover over them, if you look, you can see that they have different names and stuff as well. Mistvale Dale, Whispering Pines, Chaos Gorge, Frostpine Expanse, Shadewatch Abyss, Thundercrest Abyss, a lot of abyssals here, Twilight Spire. Those are just like random names I'm picking from a database, but eventually I'll be like generating them with like an LLM to come up with like super flavorful names that'll fit. You know, I'll pass in things like what spawned in the zone, what kind of resources there are, what mobs there are, what points of interest there are, and stuff like that. So it'll make it super interesting. But as for the gameplay, I would love to show some of that, but it's all sort of broken right now. It's all sort of broken right now. Looks really good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have underground caves and stuff, so eventually there'll be some ore spawn down here to grab and you know, craft with. I have a building system in the game, and usually I have like mobs spawned, like some entities spawned in the world to interact with. Broken right now. Broken right now. And usually I could chop trees. That's broken right now as well. That is broken right now as well. But usually you'd run around and you can recruit colonists, and you can, right now, what you can do is you can have them construct for you, you can have them forage for you, and you can have them haul things for you. Because you can like drop stuff in the world. So you pick that up and take it to colony storage and stuff like that. Oh, and that's broken, so that's wonderful that I just clicked on that. Yeah, everything's broken. Everything's broken. Yeah, I'm in the process of optimizing my combat is basically the thing here. And so I'm transitioning a lot of my old components, like actor components, which is an Unreal Engine concept. I'm in the process of transitioning those to things that are more just raw structs, such that it'll fit into the ECS in a more performant way and be data driven and stuff like that. So I was just in the process of like trying to go back through my my stream VOD here, because it unset all of my animations. I was just trying to see, because I showed them at one point, I thought, in my stream. So I wanted to go back and look at what I had them all set to. Oh, I feel like that might have been it. Yeah, here we go, here we go. Look at it. Open it, you big dummy. Perfect, that's what I need. Okay, that's what I need. That's the information. Okay, yeah, so that got all unset. We want to set it here. Animations. So far, I think I got it right. Sit on ground. This is supposed to be sitting on ground montage. There we go. So I got that one wrong. Stand from ground. That one is right. This is lying down montage. There we go. I don't have anything for get up from laying down. Okay, perfect. Copy that and put it over there in anim data, right? Oh, did I not add? Oh no, I need to just add. Hang on, this is so confusing to look at. Collapse all. Now expand all. Gameplay, this thing. Yeah, there we go. Now paste. Can I not? I can't paste. Wonderful. Here's what we're going to do then. Just one by one. Okay. Compile, save. Everything. Save everything. I can get rid of that. Okay. Whew. That was nice. I'm glad I got that. Oh, I need to do it here too. I can't. Can I copy here? Okay, if I can't copy this, we're going to need to change how we do that, because that's going to be a massive pain every time. Also, I can't even find it. Okay, I can't. I just did it wrong, I guess, last time. Maybe it was just because it was an instant struct. Okay, so all that information is in there now. Okay, so now we need to continue to go back through and fix, or rather make work our animq processor, which is our newly added thing here. And so let's not add. We need to not add the old animq. It was added in the proxy actor. Yeah, that you need to go. Sorry, you need to go. And then, yeah, I mean, basically, if I just have one of those, I should add it. You look very focused. I feel very focused. Thank you for noticing. You add entity data. guess I can make that a little simpler. Okay, so we've added that. Now I need to go into the ISM processor, and this, we have the anim queue on here. Anim data. So I should just delete this. I should just delete both of those. Then it's going to tell me where I need to fix everything. Migrating to Unity to transform my game from 3D. Migrating to Unity to transform my game from 3D to 2D, moving from UE5. And I just discovered that there's still a lot I didn't know about UE. Yeah, I think everyone who works on UE has that. No matter how long they've been working on it, there's still a lot to know. Myself included. The number of times I've been like trying to write a system and then, you know, someone comes in and is like, oh, Unreal Engine has that built in already. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so rather than the anim queue reference, I need to get the F ability, or what do I call it? F anim queue entity data. Yeah, there we go. Okay, current ability anim is valid. And then this all needs to be a ref, so make it a dot. Those coming from Zstream, I suppose, are at least a little familiar with C++. I believe that's what his game is written in. He's doing his own engine though, so props to him. Current anim. Current ability anim, get elapsed anim time. Yeah, what do we need from there? World context, just pass in this. Okay, so if anim queue pin, it's really just like, rather than anim data, I mean, I guess if I'm requiring that, I mean, I guess we just don't need to conditionally check that at all. Anim queue ref is now anim data, we need F anim queue entity data. Rename that to anim queue data. Current ability anim is valid. Oh yeah, I guess we don't need that third parameter then. Anim queue, we do anim entity data instead. Anim queue data. Oh, I need both, actually, because I need the VAT shit. I need the VAT info. Okay, const f anim entity data, anim data. Okay, we need both. F anim entity data. Well, that's anim data, ISM entity data, anim queue data as well. There we go. That's what we need. Anim queue. Okay. There we go. That's what we want. Is it? We need a... Oh, we need a mutable. Yeah. Anim queue data. Anim data. What do we need here? F anim queue entity data. Anim queue gameplay animation. So we need the gameplay animation. Oh, sorry. We need gameplay animations in here. I need the gameplay animations in here. Yeah, I guess we can. Gameplay animations. We'll pass in F gameplay animations entity data. We have to forward that, yeah. Forward. Const F gameplay animations entity data. Oh, that I'm grabbing the movement blend space off of that. Where else am I using that? Literally only there. So that kind of makes me want to put that on the anim data. Because yeah, the player doesn't need that. So that kind of makes me want to put that on this information. Yeah, I think I want to do that. Then we don't even need to pass it that gameplay animations data. That's just for other things. And the anim queue. Do we not need anim queue here? No, I guess we don't. We don't. That's just locomotion. We only need the anim queue for the abilities. Okay. Is that what we need? Now I just need to rewire the blend space. That one's not too bad. Let me look up all the places where the original ability anim queue is used at. In the queue player character. Just inline that now. As current ability anim. Where am I using that at? Can current ability be canceled? Huh. Okay, yeah, I'm going through the anim queue for that, huh? I need to check for like tags and stuff like that, I think, instead. Try cancel current ability. I'm gonna kick that one. I'm gonna kick that one down the curb a little bit. Proxy actor, enable or disable actor. Oh, I do call trigger current ability anim. I fucking thought so. I fucking thought I did. Yeah, and enable or disable actor. Okay, so can I make that static, I wonder? On the processor. No, I can't. Why can't I? What on here cannot be statified? I don't think I'm using anything there. Static. Ah, world context. Yes. Maybe I should just change that to time. Make it easier to pass in. Time seconds. So we'll need to pass it up here. So we'll just need to get world, get time seconds. Forward time seconds there. Okay, so now I can call this, which we may want to put in a different spot. And we want to call that here. Just import it for now. And then I want the current. I want the instead of ability NMQ get entity data. entity subsystem, get entity data. We want F anim Q entity data for entity. Although I can probably just, let's just do get entity data from context on this. A little more straightforward. Ability anim Q, let's just call it anim Q. Anim Q, current ability anim. You are anim Q entity data. Oh, we just pass in the anim Q entity data there. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, so we do that. Where else are you happening from? Where else is using that? Ah, the death queue. Yeah, that's not going to work anymore, is it? Auto anim Q get entity data from context. F anim Q entity data. Anim Q. Death animation. Okay, so here's where we need to look up the gameplay stuff. Add ability to queue. Add ability to queue. Is that a... Oh yeah, I don't have anything that actually adds to queue. Or no, that's on the... Oh, I got the wrong data. That's why. F anim Q entity data. There we go. So get that. Yeah, I guess... I guess this doesn't really make sense to do if we don't have a death animation to play. Gameplay animation data. So yeah, we should probably just have both of these. If we don't, we shouldn't do it. What are you working on? I'm working on a game. Animations and anim Q. Animations. There we go. Pointer as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm working on a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is what I'm working on. Fixing up my anim Q, changing it into an ECS processor rather than an actor component. Equipment component. Okay, so that also works. Back to the search of where we are using the anim Q. Get ability anim Q. 2 blueprint usages. Right, this is going to be... These are both going to be broken. It's sleep and eat food. Those were already broken, so we're going to leave those broken. Get ability anim Q. Let's go ahead and change it to F anim Q entity data. Yeah, and I guess it doesn't make sense. What am I doing with the queue here? Probably just adding to it. Okay, so I think I just need to add ability to anim Q here. Probably what that should be. Add ability to anim Q. Probably need to take in F ability anim Q calculator. Forward that. Okay, so we'll go entity context object. I think that still makes sense. So we can go auto anim Q data, get it from context if we have it. Fully import it. Move temp. Add ability to anim queue. I don't think we should add ref there. Add ability to queue. Do I need to forward? Or can I just pass it straight in? I think I can just pass it straight in, question mark? No. Move semantics. Oh. Does it give a shit if it's const or not? Yeah, so this takes in an R value. So I think that, does that mean I have to use move temp? Okay, move temp works when it's non-const. Okay, that's what we're gonna do then. Yeah, I think that's just what that needs to be. I guess I'd also need a get gameplay animations. Static. This one I think I do want to be blue purple. So F gameplay animations, animation entity data for declare it. And I think, yeah, all we would need is just the entity context. Let's actually, can I return by ref here, actually? This should just return const ref, although it might not exist. So let's just, we'll go bool and return a ref there. To use get LFS, no. Yeah, out animations. And then the blueprints will display that properly. Just call that animations. Okay, so we have those set up for blueprints whenever we get to that. What else needs to be changed? A bunch of Q calculators that are going to get deleted anyway. Ability anim Q, yeah, we shouldn't use that anymore. So delete that. Okay, let's rebuild. It'll show us what else we need to fix here. Okay. Yeah, this needs to be get world. Get time seconds. Yes. Yes, so the anim queue. Get ability anim Q. I guess that's just like a get entity data from context. F ability anim Q, or it's a F Q entity data. There we go. Is currently animating. Okay, I guess we can ability anim Q end current animation. Yeah, so now those are in the processor. Which end current anim? Can that be static? Trigger current ability anim clear. Can you be static? Yes, you can. Staticify all the things. Oh my god, I have tomorrow off work? Nice. That's a happy feeling. What are you going to do with your day? In current anim is also get world. World context. Wait, why do I need that? Do I need that? Let's act like I don't need that. Let's act like I don't need that. Okay, but now we can do the end anim from within cast ability, which is weird. Which is weird. I am aware. I guess we check it from within, right? If it's valid. We don't necessarily need to do that there. Building NMQ. God, it kind of sucks that I can't maintain pointers here. Across frames. Force and ability. Oh man, these are all going to be a pain. Oh, these are all going to be a pain to get back working again. I guess we'll just keep trying to make it work. This is going to be abhorrent. How poorly this runs. So force and ability. I did not copy that one over. Yeah, I did not copy that one over. Or no, we just do this here. Okay, so force and ability. It has to like find it in the queue and end it. Remove abilities from queue. I guess these are all things that can go on the data. Yeah, it should probably go on here. I guess let's put it in the CPP file. End current anim. And then that was on U. NMQ processor. End current anim. Current ability anim true. Okay. Okay, all those exist now. Force and ability. I guess I could have made the end current anim a little nicer, couldn't I have? Yeah, I mean, maybe that one needs to go in here too. Okay, what other abilities are gonna be? Dude, every ability is gonna be broken. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, I might have to fix this up at a later point. I gotta hop off and grab some food. I've been hungry for a while now. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for me today. Let me send y'all over to someone here. Let's see. Turn-based action. Yeah, we'll send you guys over to Chart Chomp, who I've not rated in a little bit. So send you guys over there. They're working on Unreal Engine as well. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. It was a good little stream. We got pretty deep into the NMQ refactor stuff, so it's not working, but we're almost done refactoring it up. So hopefully, I think next stream we'll probably at least get into testing it, but I imagine it's going to take maybe a couple streams to iron everything out. Animations are something that I kind of hate working with, so it may take some time. Yeah. Bye, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you again. Bye.